அமைச்சர் அவர்களுடன் மேடைக்கு மாண்புமிகு புதுச்சேரி சுற்றுலாத்துறை அமைச்சர் லட்சுமி நாராயணன் அவர்களை மேடைக்கு வருமாறு அழைக்கிறோம். அவர்களுடன் மாண்புமிகு சட்டப்பேரவை சபாநாயகர் ஏம்பலம் செல்வம் அவர்களையும் மேடைக்கு வருமாறு அழைக்கிறோம். நிகழ்ச்சிக்கு வந்ததில் மிக மகிழ்ச்சி ஐயா. மாண்புமிகு நாடாளுமன்ற உறுப்பினர் செல்வ கணபதி அவர்களையும் மேடைக்கு அழைக்கிறோம். மாண்புமிகு நமச்சிவாயம் அவர்கள் தொழில்துறை வணிகத்துறை அமைச்சர் புதுச்சேரி அவர்களையும் மேடைக்கு வருமாறு அன்போடு அழைக்கிறோம். நிகழ்ச்சிக்கு வந்தமைக்கு மிகவும் நன்றி மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர்கள் முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும்.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would request all of you to kindly be seated as of now. I welcome you all and a grand warm welcome to this absolutely euphoric moment. History in the making. Why do I say so? I'll tell you why. But before that, we have a few protocols to follow. We have some very well-versed, distinguished speakers this morning. And I'm very sure you won't be keen to listen to some random songs as ringtones buzzing in your phones. For that, ladies and gentlemen, I would request all of you to kindly put your phones on the silent mode, please. Once again, we have an August gathering with dignitaries around. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, I would request all of you to kindly maintain the decorum of the house. Let us come back to what I began this with. A euphoric moment on history in the making. For the first time ever in the history of Puducherry, an event of such a stature is curated to promote tourism. An annual premier symposium where brainstorming on various verticals of tourism, be it destination tourism, medical tourism, lifestyle, or spiritual tourism. Exchange of ideas and ideologies will be taking place. We will be doing a product launch and also International Expo on Tourism and Hospitality Industries. So basically, we will be promoting and upscaling the tourism for our state, Puducherry. The Summit Puducherry 2022 is organized by United Holdings Incorporation, Singapore, along with the Department of Tourism, Government of Puducherry. This is a moment of pride for each one of us who are a part of history in the making. Can we have a round of applause to begin off this morning? आज इस बहुत ही खूबसूरत सुबह मैं हूँ आपकी दोस्त सिल्वी, आपकी होस्ट सिल्वी, most memorable and of course cherished morning of your life. To join me, I have a very beautiful co-host this morning here with me, Lavanya.
Thank you so much, Sylvie. And of course, this is my first time to co-host with another beautiful anchor. அனைவருக்கும் இனிய காலை வணக்கம். இங்க வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய விருந்தினர்கள் அனைவரையும் புதுச்சேரிக்கு வரவேற்பதில் மிக்க மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறோம். சர்வதேச சுற்றுலா உச்சி மாநாடு 2022 புதுச்சேரியில் நடத்துவதில் நாங்கள் மிகவும் பெருமை கொள்கிறோம். இந்த அக்டோபர் 13-14ஆம் தேதி இந்த புதுச்சேரி நிகழக்கூடிய இந்த நிகழ்வானது புதுச்சேரியை முதன்மையான சுற்றுலா தலம் மட்டுமல்லாது மருத்துவம், ஆன்மீக தலமாகவும் அது எவ்வாறு சிறந்து விளங்குகிறது அப்படிங்கிறத உங்ககிட்ட எல்லாருக்கூடையும் கொண்டு போய் சேர்க்கிறது தான் இந்த நிகழ்வுடைய நோக்கமாக இருக்கிறது. இதனைத் தொடர்ந்து இந்த நிகழ்வுல தயாரிப்பு வெளியீடு மற்றும் சுற்றுலா விருந்தோம்பல் தொழில்கள் பற்றிய சர்வதேச கண்காட்சியும் இடம்பெற்றிருக்கிறது. சர்வதேச சுற்றுலா உச்சி மாநாடு புதுச்சேரி 2022 யுனைடெட் ஹோல்டிங் இன்க் சிங்கப்பூர் புதுச்சேரி அரசின் சுற்றுலாத்துறையுடன் இணைந்து இந்த நிகழ்ச்சிக்கு ஏற்பாடு செய்திருக்கிறது. நிகழ்ச்சியை மங்களகரமாக தொடங்குவதற்காக குத்துவிளக்கேற்றி தொடங்குமாறு மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் திரு ரங்கசாமி அவர்களை வருமாறு அழைக்கிறோம். அவர்களுடன் மாண்புமிகு சுற்றுலாத்துறை அமைச்சர் திருமிகு லட்சுமி நாராயணன் அவர்களையும் அழைக்கிறோம். மாண்புமிகு தொழில்துறை மற்றும் வணிக வரித்துறை அமைச்சர் திரு நமச்சிவாயம் அவர்களை குத்துவிளக்கை ஏற்றி வருமாறு அன்போடு அழைக்கிறோம். மாண்புமிகு சட்டப்பேரவை சபாநாயகர் திரு ஏம்பலம் செல்வம் அவர்களையும் குத்துவிளக்கை ஏற்றி நிகழ்ச்சியை தொடங்கி வைக்குமாறு அன்போடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம்.
I would request all of you to kindly applaud as we will be proceeding for the lamp lighting International Tourism Summit, Puducherry, and I'm sure you can do much louder and better than that. Thank you, everyone. Expecting a large round of applause, everyone. Please put your hands together. For deliberation of this stature, it takes a lot of effort and a lot of planning indeed. Thank you, gentlemen.
இந்த சர்வதேச சுற்றுலா உச்சி மாநாடு 2022 குத்துவிளக்குடன் ஏற்றி முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும் மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் பெருமக்களும் சபாநாயகர் அவர்களுக்கும் நன்றி.
I would request all of you to kindly be seated as we begin off with today's proceedings.
நிகழ்ச்சியை குத்துவிளக்கேற்றி தொடங்கி வைத்திருக்கிறோம். தொடர்ந்து நம்முடைய தேசிய கீதம் இசைக்கப்படும். ஒத்துடன் புதுச்சேரி கீதமும் இசைக்கப்படவிருக்கிறது. எல்லாரையும் அன்புடன் எழுந்து நிற்குமாறு அன்போடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம்.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
தொடர்ந்து புதுச்சேரி கீதம் இசைக்கப்படவிருக்கிறது. வாழ்வினில் செம்மையை செய்பவள் நீயே, மாண்புது நீயே, என் தமிழ் தாயே, வீழ்வாறு வீழாது காப்பவள் நீயே, வீரனின் வீரமும் வெற்றியும் நீயே, தாண்டிடு நிலையில் உனை விரும்பேனோ தமிழனின் அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி. தொடர்ந்து உலக பொதுமறையாம் திருக்குறள், தமிழர்களின் அடையாளமாக திகழக்கூடிய இந்த திருக்குறளை வாழ்வியலுக்கு தேவையான அனைத்துமே சொல்லி இருக்கிறார் திருவள்ளுவர். அப்படிப்பட்ட அந்த திருக்குறளை உங்களுடைய கூறுவதற்காக திருக்குறளை நெஞ்சிருத்தி இருக்கக்கூடிய மாண்புமிகு திருமிகு திவ்யாகிருஷ்ணன் அவர்கள் நம்மிடையே வந்திருக்கிறார். திருமிகு திவ்யாகிருஷ்ணன் மேடைக்கு வரவும்.
கூடி இருக்கும் ஆன்றோருக்கும் சான்றோருக்கும் என் முதற்கண் வணக்கம். திருக்குறளை நம் தமிழ் பாடமாக படிக்காமல் வாழ்க்கை பாடமாக படித்தால் நம்முடைய வாழ்க்கை வளமானதாக இருக்கும் என்பதில் மாற்று கருத்தே கிடையாது. குறளுக்குள் செல்வதற்கு முன்னால் திருவள்ளுவரை பற்றி சில வரிகள் உங்களுக்காக. முதன்மை மிகு பாவலராய் முழு உலகில் வந்தவராம், முன்னிறுத்தி வாழ்வு நெறி முக்கியமாய் சொன்னவராம், விதவிதமான குரட்பாக்கள் விரிவாக அளித்தவராம், ஈரடியில் இவ்வுலகை ஈண்டெடுத்து சொன்னவராம், இல்வாழ்க்கை இன்புறவே இன்பத்துள் அடைத்தவராம், காரணங்கள் ஏதுமின்றி கன்னித் தமிழ் படைத்தவராம், கடவுளுக்கு வாழ்த்தொன்றை முதன்மையாக்கி கொடுத்தவராம். ஆதலால் பொதுமறையை ஈன்றெடுத்த பெரும் புலவரை போற்றுவது மானமிகு தமிழினத்தின் கடமை என்று சொன்னால் மிகையாகாது. இப்பொழுது குறளுக்குள் செல்லலாம். அதிகாரம் நடுவுநிலைமை, அதிகார எண் 12, குறள் எண் 120. நடுவுநிலைமை என்னும் அதிகாரம் நீதிபதிகளுக்கான ஒரு அதிகாரம். அதில் வியாபாரிக்கான ஒரு குறளை வைத்திருப்பார் திருவள்ளுவர் அவர்கள். அது ஏன் என்று சில கேள்விகள் எழும். அதற்கான விடயம் இப்பொழுது பார்க்கலாம்.
I can hear them and I have already unmuted myself, but the video is still disabled.
நீதிபதியின் கையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய தராசில் அவர் கருத்துக்களை முன்வைப்பார். வியாபாரியின் கையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய தராசில் வியாபாரி அவருடைய பொருட்களை முன்வைப்பார் என்கின்றபடியால் இந்த குறளை இந்த அதிகாரத்தில் வைத்திருக்கிறார் திருவள்ளுவர் அவர்கள். குறள் எண் 120. வாணிகம் செய்வாருக்கு வாணிகம் பேணி பிறவும் தமப்போல் செய்யின், பிறரின் பொருளை தம் பொருளாகவே கருதி நேர்மையாக வாணிகம் செய்தலே சிறந்த வணிக நெறி எனப்படும். வாழ்வோம் வளர்வோம், தமிழை வளர்க்க முனைவோம். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you so much.
நன்றி திருமிகு திவ்யாகிருஷ்ணன் அவர்களுக்கு.
Well, honestly, with the kind of gathering we have over here, I was expecting a huge round of applause for this recitation which just took place. So can we do a little better, everyone? That actually brings a smile all over our faces, and that's exactly what we are looking ahead, right? All right. Let me take this opportunity to introduce to all of you the one whose brainchild is International Tourism Summit Puducherry 2022. Please help me welcome, but before I welcome, I would take this opportunity to brief all of you about him and about his work. Mr. Muhammad Jinnah was born and brought up in Kulinedu, Puducherry. He's a chairman of United Holding India Private Limited, which is a group of companies with its headquarters in Singapore. Mr. Jinnah is a group chairman of UNWHD PTE Limited, a global vegetarian certification services, Adipo Labs Healthcare Private Limited, and he joined hands with various countries' governments and conducted 9 international conferences and expos in different parts of the world under the banner Investor Meet to develop tourism and trade. Mr. Jinnah creates the platform to connect B2B, G2G for signing MOU on multi-billion-dollar projects. Mr. Jinnah is a social activist, a theological leader, a philanthropist, and an entrepreneur. Mr. Jinnah, although a non-resident Indian, determinedly focuses on contributing to society in various possible ways. Being a founder of multiple organizations, he provides employment opportunities and preaches an ethical way of life. Mr. Jinnah promotes and brings awareness to global community in 4 major principles: food for all, united against hunger, one human community, and preserve the nature. He initiated global food supply with affordable and sustainable ways to global communities. A man behind this mega project initiated, along with the government of Puducherry, to develop tourism and trade in Puducherry. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, please help me welcome on stage Mr. Muhammad Jinnah to welcome all of you. Please, sir.
Very good morning. Vanakkam, Namaste, Salamat, Bagi. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the Ministry of Puducherry, Honorable CM, Honorable Tourism Minister, and Honorable Speaker, and our Honorable Home Minister, and all the delegation and team. This is the kind of first initiative in Pondicherry. We are promoting 2 things and educating into the global community. Pondicherry has a better place for medical tourism hub, also spiritual tourism hub. In these 2 content, we are bringing 13 countries delegation in Puducherry to develop for the next 5 to 10 years sustainable growth and tourism and trade. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all the delegations from different parts of the world: Russia, Cambodia, South Korea, South Africa, and Singapore ministers. Also with my fellow friends, dignitaries, all my exhibitors, police department, also with the sponsorship, also with my dedicated media team. Yadum Ore Yavarum Kelir. Pungundranar in Varigal, in Renam Puduvail, 13 நாடுகளை சார்ந்த முக்கிய ஆளும் படுத்தப்பட்டவர்கள் இங்கு வருகை தந்திருக்கிறார்கள். இந்த நிகழ்வில் கலந்து கொள்வதற்காக நம்முடைய முதல்வரை அவருடைய கேபினெட்டை சார்ந்த அனைத்து அமைச்சர்களும் இந்த ஒற்றுமையின் காரணத்தினால்தான் இவ்வளவு பெரிய ஒரு நிகழ்ச்சியை இந்தியாவின் முதல் மாநிலமாக புதுவையை திகழ வேண்டும் என்ற தொலைநோக்கு பார்வை கொண்ட எங்கள் முதல்வர் ஐயா அவர்களுக்கும், டூரிசம் மினிஸ்டர் எங்களுடைய லட்சுமி நாராயணன் சார் அவர்களுக்கும் மிக்க நன்றி கடன்பட்டவர்களாக இருக்கிறோம். இந்த தொலைநோக்கு பார்வை என்பது இந்திய மாநிலங்களில் யாரும் எடுத்திராத ஒரு புதிய முயற்சி. இந்த முயற்சியில் நாங்களும் ஒரு சிறு பங்களிப்பை கொடுத்தமைக்கு எங்களுடைய மனமார்ந்த நன்றியும் எங்கள் குடும்பத்தின் சார்பாக எங்களுடைய நன்றியும் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். அடுத்ததாக நிறைய ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ் வெயிட் பண்றதுனால என்னோட ஸ்பீச் நான் லிமிட் பண்ணிக்கலாம்னு பார்க்கிறேன். Thank you very much once again for all your support, and this 2 days is going to be a very beautiful day. Pondicherry is a friendly city and is a peaceful city to celebrate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would also request you to kindly, Jinnah sir, may I kindly request you to again come back to the podium, as I would now request you to kindly felicitate our CM, Mr. N. Rangaswamy. Can I have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Let's show our love and respect to our honorable CM here. Pondicherry can be much, much better than that.
மதிப்பிற்குரிய யுனைடெட் ஹோல்டிங்ஸ் சேர்மன் திரு ஜின்னா அவர்கள் மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் திரு ரங்கசாமி அவர்களை கௌரவிக்கும் நேரம் இது. மதிப்பிற்குரிய சேர்மன் திரு ஜின்னா அவர்களை மாண்புமிகு சட்டப்பேரவை சபாநாயகர் திரு ஏம்பலம் செல்வம் அவர்களை கௌரவிக்குமாறு அன்போடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். மாண்புமிகு சட்டப்பேரவை சபாநாயகர் திரு ஏம்பலம் செல்வம் அவர்கள் இங்கு வந்தமைக்கு நன்றி. தொடர்ந்து மதிப்பிற்குரிய சேர்மன் திரு ஜின்னா அவர்களை புதுச்சேரியின் தொழில்துறை மற்றும் வணிகத்துறை அமைச்சர் திருமிகு நமச்சிவாயம் அவர்களை கௌரவிக்குமாறு அன்போடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். மாண்புமிகு திரு நமச்சிவாயம் அவர்கள் புதுச்சேரியின் தொழில்துறை மற்றும் வணிக வரித்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களை எங்களுடைய யுனைடெட் ஹோல்டிங்ஸின் சேர்மன் திரு ஜின்னா அவர்கள் கௌரவிக்கிறார். தொடர்ந்து மதிப்பிற்குரிய யுனைடெட் ஹோல்டிங்ஸின் சேர்மன் திரு ஜின்னா அவர்களை மாண்புமிகு சுற்றுலாத்துறை அமைச்சர் திருமிகு லட்சுமி நாராயணன் மாண்புமிகு திரு லட்சுமி நாராயணன் அவர்களை கௌரவிக்குமாறு அன்போடு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம்.
I know the list is a little long, but I'm sure the applause can be better. We have all the dignitaries right here on the dais, and I'm sure Puducherry can do much, much better than that. Especially my backbenchers over there. A little louder, please. Thank you so much.
முதலமைச்சர் அமைச்சர் பெருமக்களுக்கு நன்றி. மதிப்பிற்குரிய சேர்மன் அவர்களுக்கும் நன்றி. தொடர்ந்து நிகழ்ச்சியில் தொடர்ந்து புதுச்சேரி டூரிசம் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் கார்பரேஷனுடைய முதலாம் ஆண்டு அச்சீவ்மெண்ட் அடைந்தது குறித்து ஒரு காணொலியில பாத்துடலாமா? காணொலி.
Achievements of the Department of Tourism, Government of Puducherry.
In light of the Honorable Prime Minister's commitment to making Puducherry the best Puducherry, where B stands for Business Hub, E for Education Hub, S for Spiritual Hub, and T Tourism Hub, and due support of the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, and under the able guidance of Honourable Lieutenant Governor Dr. Thamilsai Sountharajan and Honourable Chief Minister Shri N. Rangaswamy, the city has seen rapid growth and the introduction of many new projects and initiatives, elevating Puducherry to a higher level of excellence.
As the demand for Puducherry's coastal space rises, the Puducherry Tourism Department has transformed its beach lines into potential beach tourism destinations. The new developments are Pondi Marina at Dubarayapet, Ruby Beach at Arakamidu, Eden Beach at Chinna Virampadnam, New Beach at Puducherry, and Palmyra Beach at Manapet are the new developments.
Construction and installation of new projects. With its commitment to heritage and culture, the quintessence of Puducherry, the Department of Tourism has developed various projects. The Art and Craft Village is a complex where local craftspeople demonstrate their many talents as displays and for sale. The village also offers a mangrove trail, accessible by boat. The Franco-Tamil village, developed at the premises of the Art and Craft Village to showcase the spirit of the Union Territory, consists of one Tamil-styled house, two houses modeled in French architecture, and two halls depicting the essence of Kerala and Andhra Pradesh. The old distillery was turned into the cultural and convention complex. It now has 16 rooms, convention halls, space for theater shows, and one auditorium.
Reconstruction and preservation of heritage assets of Puducherry. In its effort to preserve the heritage of Puducherry, one of the prime attractions of the city, Puducherry Tourism Department has taken major initiatives. Ayi Mandapam, located inside Bharati Park, is one of the most visited attractions in Puducherry. It is fully renovated and now stands as a testimony to Puducherry's rich, harmonious public life, imbued with the city's sensibility and architectural splendor. The initiative has also contributed to the renovation of 3 old warehouses at the Old Port area on the southern promenade, developed as convention facilities. The iconic Grand Canal that runs through the boulevard of Heritage Town is beautified as a major tourist spot. The project includes beautification of banks, pedestrianization, and improvements to the overall ambience of the Grand Canal area.
Puducherry Tourism Department has also invested in infrastructure enhancement, including extension of the beach promenade, laying of pavers, street beautification, and street lighting. Development of spiritual places is another realm of initiative that has contributed to the enhancement of Thirukameshwara Temple, Villayanar, one of the most popular pilgrimage sites in Pondicherry, and Thirukanchi Temple, located in western Pondicherry. Every Saturday, the Thirukanchi Shiva Temple is famous for its river Arthi. The spiritual park at Thirunallur is a self-contained project that depicts the Navagraha circuit, with a constructed artificial pond and meditation center contributing to a holistic spiritual experience. Tourism engagement activities. The Department of Tourism is always putting in its best efforts and ideas to make Puducherry a more exciting and interesting destination for tourists. The Itsp Pondi Beach Festival was a huge success, with activities like beach kiting, beach volleyball tournaments, art shows, and fishing tours. Yoga Day and International Yoga Festival is celebrated every year. Experts and seasoned practitioners of yoga gather annually at the Yoga Festival. The day-long celebration of Independence Day kicks off with a parade along the seaside road and continues with other festivities and cultural activities. The department invigorates the celebration of World Tourism Day by adding cultural activities, conferences, and exhibitions. Every Saturday night, starting this Saturday, the department will be hosting a 100 days cultural festival on the Row. The executing wing of Puducherry Tourism has signed a memorandum of understanding with Thirumangala Tirupati Devasthanam to offer exclusive tour packages booked from Puducherry. It has also collaborated with NLCIL to promote ecotourism and sustainable mining activities in order to explore the mining experience at NLCIL.
The Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, selected Puducherry and Karaikal for second phase development under the Swadesh Darshan 2.0 and Prasad schemes as a result of the successful start and implementation of centrally funded projects.
The Puducherry Tourism Department is consistently geared toward progressing in the path of responsible and week-long tourism.
Well, that was brilliant. And if those visuals on the AV gave you a sense of pride being a citizen of Pondicherry, kam se kam taaliyan to zordar bajni chahiye for your own city. Thank you so much. Well, at United Holdings Incorporation, we absolutely believe in being at par with the technologies of the world used globally. And for that reason, ladies and gentlemen, this event is a hybrid event, which I mean that we're going to have speakers who are going to be here physically and also connect virtually as well. Having said that, we are supremely delighted and absolutely elated to collaborate with one of, not just one actually, few of the most loved names globally. And I am so happy to call upon and thank you, extend my gratitude to our first keynote speaker, Gurudev Shri Ravi Shankarji, the founder of Art of Living, and this will be done virtually.
Bu suara bu. Belum mula.
He's waiting for the video to take over, but before that, I really wanted to, as Jinnah sir has already informed you that this International Tourism Summit not only has a distinguished guest from literally all over the world, but also our people. And the main purpose, the exact reason why we all have assembled over here, it is to better our economy, and tourism can actually be a backbone of economy boosting. So in that purpose, in keeping that in mind, we are here not only to talk about or to brainstorm about the various verticals of tourism, but also to gather and exchange ideas. Well, having said that, we are now going to move forward to our next keynote speaker. And this, ladies and gentlemen, again going to be a continuation of the hybrid element of this event. We will now have Honorable Hawazi bin Daipi, non-resident representative of Singapore to Palestine and High Commissioner to Ghana, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Singapore. He will be connecting with us again virtually.
Can I please have the
Is it
Hawazi bin Daipi, non-resident representative of Singapore to Palestine and High Commissioner to Ghana, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Singapore, அவர்கள் நம்மிடையே இணையத்தின் வழியாக இணைய இருக்கிறார். அந்த காணொளியை நாம் பார்க்கவிருக்கிறோம்.
Let us connect with him.
Mic on பண்ணுங்க, அந்த mic.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Sir, thank you for joining us. A very good honor to you.
Am I supposed to speak now?
Yes, sir, proceed.
All right, thank you very much. Honorable Chief Minister, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to join other speakers in congratulating the United Holding Inc., the organizer for the International Tourism Summit, for holding this summit for the first time here in Puducherry. The summit's objective of promoting accessibility and inclusiveness in medical, family-friendly, and spiritual tourism is laudable so that people of all abilities can enjoy the traveling and visiting new destinations, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic is over. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to join the distinguished speakers, experts, and participants from the international community today to deliver a keynote address and feel the vibrancy of the summit. And I can feel it now already. The International Tourism Summit held in Puducherry is a resounding success, with delegates from all over the world in attendance. This event puts Puducherry on the map as a premier destination for tourism and investment, and a good attempt to establish the city as a key player in the global tourism industry. The summit is a great opportunity to learn about the latest trends and developments in the tourism sector, and for participants to network with some of the biggest names in the business. Coming soon after the end of the 2-year-long global pandemic that has halted international travels, it is also timely for the summit to highlight ways to manage and to mitigate the impact of possible future local and global pandemics on the tourism industry, not just in our own respective country, city or country, but also throughout the world. Tourism is a big industry in Singapore. Establishing new tourism networks is important to us. Learning new ways to satisfy tourists and tourism promoters alike is also critical to us. When I heard about the International Tourism Summit in Puducherry, I was very excited about the possibility of Singapore joining forces with other countries to promote tourism. Thus, when Mr. Muhammad Jinnah invited me to take part in this summit, I did not hesitate to accept it. The International Tourism Summit is a great platform for countries to share the best practices in tourism and to learn from each other. I believe that Singapore has a lot to offer in terms of our experiences in promoting tourism. We have been successful in attracting visitors from all over the world, and we have developed world-class infrastructure and facilities to support the influx of tourists. I am confident that Singapore can contribute significantly to the success of the International Tourism Summit. In conclusion, the International Tourism Summit in Puducherry is a platform for travel and tourism industry to discuss and deliberate on the challenges and opportunities in the sector. The objective of the summit is to promote Puducherry as a preferred tourism destination and also to position it as a hub for MICE, meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions, activities in South India. It is heartening to see that the government of Puducherry is taking proactive steps to develop the tourism sector in the Union Territory. I wish Puducherry all the very best in establishing itself as a leading tourism destination in South India. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Very hopeful.
Have high hopes, exactly like you. Thank you so much for sparing your precious time with us. And to continue this virtual connection over here, please help me welcome our next special address speaker, Honorable MEC Bengi Sitol Mole, the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Durban, South Africa. He will be connecting with us virtually.
Thank you, Program Director, Honorable Minister of Tourism, Mr. Red, Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Speaker, Minister of Commerce, Minister of Tourism, Minister of Sport, Transport, MPs present, leaders of Puducherry government, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of government of South Africa, province of KwaZulu-Natal, I wish to extend my greetings to you from the beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal on South African warm sunshine coast. I welcome the opportunity to participate in today's session, the first Puducherry International Tourism Summit 2022, and I wish to thank and acknowledge the government of Puducherry in India. In this time of the sunset of the global COVID-19 pandemic, it is important that we explore ways of strengthening our linkages and also ensure that our companies are able to interact and engage with each other to grow their businesses and our economies within the different sectors, particularly tourism. The bilateral relations between the Republic of India and the Republic of South Africa has grown strong since the end of apartheid in South Africa in 1994. Both countries have since developed close strategic, cultural, and economic ties, and are both members of the BRICS. KwaZulu-Natal province has the largest major resident Indian community outside of India. Our countries, India, enjoy a strategic partnership, and bilateral relations are anchored by a deep shared history of friendship and solidarity. India, which gained independence in 1947, was an active supporter of the liberation struggle and also a staunch supporter of the fight for freedom and democracy in South Africa, and was at the forefront of efforts to isolate the apartheid government. This, of course, was initiated by Mahatma Gandhi, who started the solidarity movement in South Africa over a century ago. India played a key role within the non-aligned movement and within the United Nations in promoting the struggle for liberation and enhancing South Africa cooperation. The bond between South Africa and India is also cemented through the South African population, which is from Indian descent. The first Indians arrived in South Africa over 150 years ago, and as indigenous laborers, and have deep roots in South African society. The South African from India descendant have contributed immensely to the development and enrichment of South African society. India continues to be one of the top 3 focus markets of South Africa. And this will outline a part of our strategic roadmap to garner 64% year-on-year increase in Indian visitors in 2022. India served as an 8th large international source market for South Africa, and we are expected to maintain its position in the top 10 this year as well. Currently, there is a several top stopover flights from India to South Africa, includes Emirates, Etihad, Qatar Airways, Arabia, Ethiopian Airlines, Kenya Airlines, Airways, and Mauritius. Mumbai, Delhi, and other continues to top the Indian source market to South Africa. The ease and removal of travel bans have released a pent-up demand for travel locally and across provinces, to beaches and to the mountains, connecting with families and friends and socializing. Between January and June 2022, 3.2 million domestic trips were taken. This is a major win for the tourism sector, and this is the higher than pre-pandemic level, indicating that South Africa's domestic tourism sector also experienced the revenge travel trend. Furthermore, the share of holiday trips has increased by 23.8 compared to the same period in 2021. Future for our tourism and hospitality sector looks even brighter. Forward bookings increased by 328% between August to October. There was an impressive 287% increase in bookings. For August to January 2023, we witnessed there was a 227% increase in booking. This is a new emerging trend as we are seeing the international tourism are now booking further in advance for their travel, future travel, particularly tourism from the United Kingdom, USA, and Germany. Department of Agriculture and Rural Development in our province has set within its provincial economic recovery plan a program to grow the economy through food security and moving our economy from primary agriculture to also include processing through the establishment of manufacturing facilities. Without food security, the tourism sector cannot survive. We have worked aggressively to provide financial support measures and other intervention to farmers in our province to reduce the negative impact of the pandemic on the economy. Because of the coronavirus, we must now look at doing business at a different way. And today, I believe that with Webner, we build on the spirit of partnership, mutual development, and the marketing of the investment opportunities that we have as a region. Successfully marketing and promoting of KwaZulu-Natal through this event, I believe will encourage closer linkage and for companies in this platform to take advantage of opportunities which will lead to the heightening of economic activities, which will improve our respective trade relations. The new global economy urges that corporations based in emerging market will play an increasingly prominent role in global business and cross-border business. Much of this rise will due to an expansion of trade and investment, not between developed countries and developing countries, but amongst developing countries. As KwaZulu-Natal, we are placing the highest premium in forging trade relations with key markets that will ensure equitable and most favorable trade relations. In this regard, our investment and trade mission have prioritized your market in order to strengthen the bond of doing business. Durban is South Africa's prime container port, second busiest in the African continent, and its primary principal port serves the Southern Africa hinterland. The province of KwaZulu-Natal is the second large contributor to the South Africa's GDP at approximately 16%. Province accounts for 11.2% of the total value of South African export, the second highest share of any province in South Africa after Gauteng. Looking at KwaZulu-Natal's top 15 export market, China accounts for the lion's share of our export, and it has been KwaZulu-Natal's top export partner for several years. On KwaZulu-Natal doorstep is the rest of Africa. Large untapped market of over 1 billion consumers. You are invited to take opportunity of this growing market, and through our region, you will have access of it. We are cognizant of the immeasurable global market opportunities offered by the event today, and as such, I want to briefly highlight interesting features of KwaZulu-Natal province. Over the years, the KwaZulu-Natal government has undertaken various projects to ensure that the position of to position KZN as the sporting and economic destination of choice, always ready to host sports lovers, business, tourists, and all other categories of visitors. Most of you will be familiar with Durban, Kingsmead Stadium, which hosts the numerous cricket games with India. KwaZulu-Natal has been continuously implementing a range of intelligent transportation systems to minimize effective use of transportation system within the city of Durban. KZN has two large seaports in Africa, which are Richards Bay and Durban, handling approximately 80% of cargo destined for South Africa and their neighboring countries, as well as exports. These ports are complemented by the King Shaka International Airport, the Durban Trade Port ITZ, and the Richards Bay ITZ with freight handling capacities. KwaZulu-Natal welcomed the opportunity to showcase its rich offering of business, trade, and investment opportunities, and that these presentations will entice their business to follow up, visit, and invest in our region. In conclusion, let me congratulate India for winning the cricket match against South Africa. Sports continues to unite us, and let us take a leaf from this when we encourage tourism, trade, and investment relation between our countries. I think.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And we're also looking forward to elaborate our bond between South Africa and India. Can we have a larger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your time. Having said that, we initiated this morning's proceedings after the welcome address with someone we all dearly love. Yes, I'm talking about Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar Ji. I would now request all of you to kindly be patient and kindly put all your attention on the AV screen over here as we finally have come up with his message.
I'm glad to know that there is International Tourism Summit happening in Puducherry. You know, Puducherry from ancient times are known Vedapuri. They're the place of knowledge. So for spiritual tourism, Puducherry is very apt. Because Sri Aurobindo Ji, Mother, they've all selected this place. They knew that this place can bring ancient Vedic wisdom to millions around the world. Now, tourism is essential for not just one's healthy mindset, but for the globe as such, to unite people, all parts of the world. You know, the time we spend on this planet is so short, right? Suppose we live for 100 years or even 80 years, half the time we spend in sleeping. Rest half the time we do many things. Taking some time off and to know about our planet is essential, and that can happen through tourism. In tourism, there is spiritual tourism, that is, you know, caring for our inner growth, not just sightseeing or, you know, getting tired and tanned, coming back from holidays and still wanting to take rest. No, spiritual tourism is that will rejuvenate your soul, your mind. It brings a big smile on you. and medical tourism. This is also something that is very essential. If you see in this part of the world, you have ancient Ayurvedic herbal medicines like no other place. And it has answer for many of our, challenges that we face physically. Similarly, when families come together, family tourism, or groups come and visit different places, the bonding happens. I am glad that the Puducherry government and Government of India, our Union Minister Kishan Reddy, and our Honorable Governor of Puducherry, Tamilisai Soundararajan, they're all putting their effort. I'm sure this will be a very successful beginning. We need to have more of these conferences in different parts of this country and different parts of the world. This will unite people and bring the message, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that we are all one human family around the globe. I wish all the dignitaries and all the ambassadors of various countries who are participating in this program, and everyone, each and every one of you, all the best. Make best use of your time on the earth. Keep smiling and spread smiles and waves of joy. That's most needed today, right? Namaste. Vanakkam.
Thank you so much, Gurudev Ji, for joining us. And of course, we are here for the reason you mentioned, to spread smile.
நிகழ்ச்சியில் தொடர்ந்து இந்த சர்வதேச சுற்றுலா மாநாடு 2022 மாண்புமிகு சுற்றுலாத்துறை அமைச்சர் புதுச்சேரி திருமிகு லட்சுமி நாராயணன் அவர்களை நம்மோடு ஒரு சில வார்த்தைகளை பகிர்ந்து கொள்மாறு அன்போடு அழைக்கிறோம்.
நம்முடைய அன்பிற்கும் பெருமதிப்பிற்கும் உரிய மாண்புமிகு மக்கள் முதல்வர் அவர்களே, நம்முடைய அன்பிற்கும் மரியாதைக்கும் உரிய மாண்புமிகு சட்டப்பேரவை தலைவர் அவர்களே, மாண்புமிகு நம்முடைய தொழில்துறை மற்றும் உள்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களே, இப்ப பகுதியினுடைய சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்களே, இந்த உச்சி மாநாட்டை சுற்றுலாவின் சம்பந்தமான இந்த உச்சி மாநாட்டினுடைய ஒரு மிக அருமையாக நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்ற அன்புக்குரிய சகோதரர் ஜின்னா அவர்களே, அவரை சார்ந்த நண்பர்களே, இந்த மாநாட்டிற்கு வருகை தந்திருக்கின்ற பல நாடுகளிலிருந்து நேரடியாகவும் நம்முடைய இணையம் மூலமாகவும் வந்து கலந்து கொண்டு புதுச்சேரிக்கு பெருமை சேர்த்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்ற அனைத்து பெரியவர்களுக்கும் மாண்புமிகு கவுன்சில் ஜெனரல் போன்றவர்களுக்கும் எனது மனமார்ந்த வணக்கங்களையும் அவரையெல்லாம் வரவேற்பதிலே மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறேன். புதுச்சேரியினுடைய இன்னொரு மைல்கல் என்று சொல்ல வேண்டும் சொன்னால், சுற்றுலாத்துறையில இன்னொரு மைல்கல் என்று சொல்ல வேண்டும் சொன்னால், இப்போது நாம் நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்ற முதல் முறையாக ஒரு 11-12 நாடுகளிலே இருந்து அவர்களெல்லாம் அழைத்து வந்து விருந்தினர்களை அழைத்து வந்து புதுச்சேரியினுடைய சுற்றுலா வளர்ச்சியையும் அது எப்படி மற்ற நாடுகளோடு இணைந்து செயல்பட முடியும் என்பதற்கான ஒரு புதிய துவக்கத்தை இன்றைக்கு நாம் ஆரம்பித்திருக்கிறோம். ஒரு நல்ல நாளிலே ஆரம்பித்திருக்கிறோம். அதுவும் எங்களுடைய மக்கள் முதல்வர் அவர்களுடைய முன்னிலையிலே இந்த மாநாட்டினுடைய செயல் திட்டங்களை வடிவமைப்பதற்காக இந்த ஒரு அற்புதமான ஒரு கருத்தரங்கம் நடந்து கொண்டிருப்பது மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சி அளிக்கிறது. பொதுவாக ஒவ்வொரு வெளிநாடுகளுக்கும் செல்வோம், மற்ற மாநிலங்களுக்கு சென்று புதுச்சேரியினுடைய பெருமைகளை, எவ்வாறு புதுச்சேரிக்கு வந்திருக்கிற சுற்றுலா தலங்களினுடைய அதனுடைய அமைப்புகள், அதனுடைய பெருமைகளை பற்றி பல மாநிலங்களுக்கு சென்று நாங்கள் சொல்லி மக்கள் புதுச்சேரிக்கு வர வேண்டும், சுற்றுலா வளர்ச்சிக்கு உதவிகரமாக இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று நாங்கள் பல நடவடிக்கைகள் எடுத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். அதனுடைய ஒரு பகுதியாக, அதாவது சொல்வார்கள், சிங்கத்தின் குகையிலே போய் சந்திக்க வேண்டும் என்று சொல்வார்கள். நாம் சொல்கிறோம், எங்க ஊருக்கு வாருங்கள் வாருங்கள் என்று பல இடங்களில் சொல்லியிருக்கிறோம். ஆனாலும் கூட உங்களை எல்லாம் அழைத்து வந்து இங்கே என்ன இருக்கிறது என்பதை இந்த புதுச்சேரி மாநிலத்திற்கு உங்களை எல்லாம் வரவழைத்து இந்த பகுதியில் இருக்கிற பெரிய அற்புதமான விஷயங்களை எல்லாம் பார்த்து நீங்கள் ரசிக்க வேண்டும், மனம் மகிழ வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக இந்த கருத்தரங்கத்தை இப்போது ஒரு புதிய துவக்கமாக ஆரம்பித்திருக்கிறோம். உங்களுக்கு தெரியும், இப்போது நம்முடைய புதுச்சேரி அரசு இந்த ஓராண்டுகளில் எந்த விதமான முயற்சிகளை எடுத்திருக்கிறது, சுற்றுலாவுடைய வளர்ச்சிக்கு எடுத்திருக்கிறது என்று ஒரு 5 நிமிட காணொலியில நீங்கள் பார்த்திருக்கலாம். எவ்வளவு அழகாக புதுச்சேரி இருக்கிறது, இப்படி ஒரு அழகான மாநிலம், அழகான பிரதேசம் இந்தியாவிலே இருக்கிறதா என்பதை யோசித்து பார்க்கிற அளவிற்கு இன்றைக்கு ஒரு வெளிநாட்டிலே இருக்கிறோமா அல்லது நம்முடைய இந்திய நாட்டிலே தான் இருக்கிறோமா என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அளவிற்கு ஒரு அழகான பிரதேசத்தை, அழகான பகுதியை புதுச்சேரியிலே அதை தொடர்ந்து அழகாகவே பராமரித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறோம் என்ற ஒரு நிலையைத்தான் இன்றைக்கு நாம் பார்த்திருக்கிறோம். We have been developing Puducherry as a beautiful city, as a heritage city, as a hub for education and health and everything. So we have invited all the people from all over the country, all over the world to come over here to share your views, to share your ideas, how to promote tourism in a better way. We have been trying very hard to position our Puducherry in the international tourism. This is a milestone for us to position our Puducherry in the area of international tourism. And I really thank Mr. Jenna for giving an opportunity for us to promote Puducherry and to position our Puducherry in the international area. He has taken a lot of steps to invite most of the people from so many countries like Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, South Africa, Cambodia, and Russia. We are all really happy to invite all the people, dignitaries, to come over here to stay for 2 days here. And there are many people who have joined virtually also. We are also equally important. It shows that the importance and the recognition of Puducherry in the international area. You know, we know well, Puducherry is known to the whole world because of so many parameters. Our unique selling points are very many, not only one. You know, people know that it is French connection, Puducherry is known. Not only that, as a spiritual land in India, Puducherry is known to the whole world because of Sri Aurobindo and saints like so many Siddhas who have stayed here in Puducherry has taken the Puducherry into another level. So this summit will surely take Puducherry into another level so that it will be known to the whole world. Our foreign tourists are almost more than 1 lakh in every year. We want to increase into many folds because the domestic tourists which we are getting every year is almost 19 to 20 lakhs per year. Even then, if it is known to the international level, if we are going to get people from other countries to visit Puducherry, it will be an added value for us. Because the high-end tourism is the most welcoming one in the international tourism area. So in that, we are trying to position our Puducherry in the wherever it is possible. And this summit will surely help us to develop our international tourists to come over here. Once they know, unless otherwise it is the importance and beauty and the culture of Puducherry is known to other country, people will not tend to come. So that is why we are trying to bring many interactions with many countries. This 2 days convention really will have big leap in the tourism development of Puducherry because we are going to have discussions on tourism destinations. You know, well, the Puducherry is the best favored destination in the whole of country. Because when you go to your place, if there is a peace, then only you can enjoy the environment. In that case, Puducherry is the best place for peace, and all basic amenities are available in Puducherry. And the spiritual tourism, which is also giving importance. And apart from that, you know well that Puducherry has got almost 8 medical colleges in Puducherry. So the medical tourism is a subject which yet to tap the potential of Puducherry. That is why the panel discussion which we are organizing here with the help of Mr. Jinam, that we want to improve the medical tourism in Puducherry because it's a nice place. You have a lot of hospitals, a lot of hospitality industries. There are a lot of hotels of various ranges, right from single star to 3-star. And the beach which that has been developed will give a healing touch to everyone. So we are going to improve and do many things in improving the health tourism, spiritual tourism, and the cultural exchanges as existing everywhere. So in this tourism summit, which has happened the first time in Puducherry, we are proud of it, and we hope that this event will continue for other coming years also. We'd like to invite more number of dignitaries from more countries to Puducherry, and we are also interested in developing Puducherry as a MICE tourism, because we have developed, you have seen, there are beautiful three old port gooders have been developed into the convention centers, and you must have seen one beautiful structure that has been built by our government in the beach road, beach promenade, which will attract everyone. So the Puducherry will be a best place for MICE tourism, because we have developed convention centers in Puducherry. So any international event, we have the capacity of handling more than 1,000 people, international delegates in Puducherry. So we take this opportunity to take this message from Puducherry to your state and your country, that the Puducherry will be the best place for conducting MICE tourism, and many international conventions we can conduct in Puducherry without any difficulty. So Mr. Jina has given a good opening for us. Anyway, if there is an opening, then there is a lot of chance to improve. So Mr. Jina has given a good chance for us. We are happy to associate with any country, any cities in the world, to have international agreements, sister city agreements in developing tourism and health and other related issues also. So our Honorable Chief Minister is a very proactive Chief Minister. Whenever he is invited to open this kind of ceremony, he is very happy to come over here, and he gives the, you know well that the ease of doing business is the concept in Indian other territories. But well before the act come to India of the Ease of Doing Business Act, the Puducherry government is the only proactive government without any act and rules. The government used to give lot of clearances on a single day, single window clearances. So Puducherry government is following it for a long time. So if at all there is a requirement from any country, any cities from all over the world, if people are interested to come and do the business with the Puducherry government, our Honorable Chief Minister and our Honorable Industries Minister, who is holding the home portfolio, our Honorable Speaker is there. So we are all here as a team to help develop the all possible ways to improve the economy of Puducherry, and by at large improve the economy of Indian country. So we have a best policies in IT field and fisheries and food industries and every industries. We have a good number of industrial opportunities, and a lot of, you know well that Puducherry is a very big educational hub. We have almost 13, 14 engineering colleges. Every year we are almost 8,000 students are passing out from the engineering colleges. We have a manpower. The only thing is we have to get them trained as you require trained manpower for you. So we are here to help in all the way, in all round way to help the people who are coming, who are interested to set up industries or who are interested to take up tourism development activities in Puducherry. With this few words, I welcome all the dignitaries who have come over here to Puducherry to have a good and meaningful discussions in Puducherry, so that we can take it forward in the next level. அனைவருக்கும் எனது மனமார்ந்த வணக்கங்களையும் வாழ்த்துக்களையும் உங்களுக்கு எங்களால் முடிந்த அத்தனை ஒத்துழைப்பையும் உங்களுக்கு கொடுப்போம். இந்த நிகழ்வு இன்னும் ஆண்டுதோறும் புதுச்சேரியில் நடக்கிற நிகழ்வாக இது இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று சொல்லி, இந்த புதுச்சேரியுடைய சுற்றுலா உச்சி மாநாடு மிகப்பெரிய நன்மையையும் நல்ல விளைவுகளையும் கொடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று வேண்டி விரும்பி உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் மனமார்ந்த வாழ்த்துக்களையும் நன்றி சொல்லி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம், ஜெயஹிந்த்.
ஐயா, நீங்க குறிப்பிட்டது மாதிரி சுற்றுலாத்துறை புதுச்சேரியில எவ்வளவுக்கு வளர்ச்சி அடைஞ்சிருக்குது அப்படிங்கிற காணொலி வாயிலாகவும் பார்த்தோம். அதுக்கு சாட்சியாக இந்த ஒரு மாநாடு, சர்வதேச சுற்றுலா மாநாடு அமைந்திருந்ததற்கு ஏற்பாடு செய்திருந்த எங்களுடைய யுனைடெட் ஹோல்டிங்ஸின் சேர்மன் அவர்களுக்கும் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். தொடர்ந்து நம்மிடையே மாண்புமிகு தொழில்துறை மற்றும் வணிக வரித்துறை அமைச்சர் புதுச்சேரி திருமிகு நமச்சிவாயம் அவர்களை நம்மோடு சில வார்த்தைகளை பேச வருமாறு அன்போடு அழைக்கிறோம்.
இந்த மாநாட்டில்
கலந்து கொண்டு மாநாட்டை துவக்கி வைக்க வருகை தந்திருக்கின்ற மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் மரியாதைக்குரிய என்ஆர் ஐயா அவர்களே, மரியாதைக்குரிய சட்டப்பேரவையுடைய தலைவர் அன்பிற்குரிய சகோதரர் ஏம்பலம் செல்வம் அவர்களே, மரியாதைக்குரிய எனக்கு முன்னர் பேசி அமர்ந்திருக்கின்ற சுற்றுலாத்துறையுடைய அமைச்சர் அன்பிற்குரிய சகோதரர் லட்சுமி நாராயணன் அவர்களே, வரவேற்புரை ஆட்சி அமர்ந்திருக்கின்ற என்னுடைய அன்பிற்கும் பாசத்திற்கும் உரிய யுனைடெட் ஹோல்டிங்ஸ் உடைய சேர்மன் அன்பிற்குரிய சகோதரர் முகமது ஜின்னா அவர்களே, சுற்றுலாத்துறையினுடைய இயக்குனர் அன்பிற்குரிய சகோதரி பிரியதர்ஷினி அவர்களே, இந்த நிகழ்விலே கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற பல்வேறு உலக நாடுகளிலிருந்து வருகை தந்திருக்கின்ற விருந்தினர்களே, பெரியோர்களே, சகோதரர்களே, சகோதரிகளே, பத்திரிகை துறை சார்ந்த நண்பர்களே, தொலைக்காட்சி துறை சார்ந்த நண்பர்களே, இந்த விழாவை சிறப்பாக ஏற்பாடு செய்து சிறப்பான முறையில் நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்ற அன்பிற்குரிய சகோதர சகோதரிகளே, உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் வேண்டிய முதற்கண் வணக்கத்தை இந்த நேரத்திலே நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கின்றேன். நம்முடைய புதுச்சேரியானது இயற்கையாகவே சுற்றுலா பயணிகளை ஈர்க்கின்ற ஒரு இடமாக இன்றைக்கு புதுச்சேரியானது திகழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. குறிப்பா நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னு சொன்னா, நாளுக்கு நாள் இன்றைக்கு சுற்றுலா பயணிகள் புதுவை மாநிலத்திற்கு அதிகப்படியான சுற்றுலா பயணிகள் வருகை தந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். இது உங்களுடைய புதுவை மாநிலத்திற்கு, இந்த அரசிற்கு கிடைத்த ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய வெற்றி. அது அடிப்படையில் மேலும் நம்முடைய புதுவை மாநிலத்தில் சுற்றுலாவை ஈர்ப்பதற்கு, சுற்றுலா பயணிகளை வருகை வருவதற்கு என்னென்ன முயற்சிகளை எடுக்க வேண்டும் என்ற எண்ணத்தின் அடிப்படையிலே மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களும் சுற்றுலாத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களும் பல்வேறு நடவடிக்கைகளை தொடர்ந்து எடுத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அதன் அடிப்படையாகத்தான், அதன் நிகழ்வாகத்தான் இன்றைக்கு நம்முடைய இந்த டூரிசம் சப்மிட், இன்டர்நேஷனல் டூரிசம் சப்மிட் 2022 என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய இந்த மாநாட்டை முதல் முறையாக இன்றைக்கு புதுவை மாநிலத்தில் சுற்றுலாத்துறையினுடைய வரலாற்றில் முதல் முறையாக அதை உருவாக்கி இருக்கின்றார்கள். அதற்கு மாண்புமிகு சுற்றுலாத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும் மரியாதைக்குரிய சகோதரர் ஒரு ஆன்மீகத்திற்கு ஒரு முக மாநிலமாக இன்றைக்கு புதுச்சேரி மாநிலம் இருக்கிறது. குறிப்பாக இன்றைக்கு நிறைய சித்தர்கள் இந்த மாநிலத்தில் இன்றைக்கும் வாழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற நிலைமையை நம்மால் உணர முடிகின்றது. அதுதான் இன்றைக்கு ஒரு ஆன்மீக சுற்றுலாவை புதுவை மாநிலம் ஆக்குவதற்கு ஏதோ சூழ்நிலை நம்ம கடந்த ஒரு 2 காலமா கொரோனா என்ற பெருந்தொற்று இன்றைக்கு உலக நாடுகளை எல்லாம் அச்சுறுத்தி இன்றைக்கு ஒரு சாதாரண ஒரு சூழ்நிலைக்கு இன்றைக்கு திரும்பவும் ஒரு இயல்பு நிலைக்கு இன்றைக்கு நாம் வந்திருக்கின்றோம். இப்படிப்பட்ட சூழலில் நம்முடைய உடலை பாதுகாப்பதற்கு, நம்மை பாதுகாத்துக் கொள்வதற்கு மருத்துவம் என்பது ஒரு முக்கியமான ஒன்றாக இன்றைக்கு நம்முடைய சமுதாயத்தில் இன்னைக்கு பாத்தீங்கன்னா மெடிக்கல் டூரிசம். மெடிக்கல் டூரிசம் பாத்தீங்கன்னா நம்முடைய மரியாதைக்குரிய அமைச்சர் சொன்ன மாதிரி கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 8 மெடிக்கல் காலேஜ், கவர்மெண்ட் அண்ட் பிரைவேட் மெடிக்கல் காலேஜ் இன்னைக்கு புதுச்சேரி மாநிலத்துல ஒரு சிறப்பான ஒரு மருத்துவ வசதியை இன்றைக்கு கொடுத்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அதனாலதான் கொரோனா என்ற பெருந்தொற்று வந்த காலத்திலாம் கூட
அவற்றையெல்லாம் எளிதாக எதிர்கொள்வதற்கு மிக எங்களுக்கு அது ஒரு எளிதாக இருந்தது. அதனால்தான் நம்முடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் மிக சரியான முறையிலே அதற்கான முயற்சிகளை எடுத்து அந்த கொரோனா பெருந்தொற்றிலிருந்து புதுவை மாநில மக்களை காப்பாற்றுவதற்கு கூடிய அனைத்து நடவடிக்கைகளும் சிறப்பான முறையில எடுத்து புதுவை மக்களை காப்பாற்ற முடிந்திருக்கிறது என்று சொன்னால் அதற்கு இன்றைக்கு இருக்கின்ற அந்த மருத்துவ வசதி ஒரு அடிப்படையாக எங்களுக்கு அமைந்திருக்கின்றது. அதே மாதிரி பாத்தீங்கன்னா இன்னைக்கு பாத்தீங்கன்னா நம்முடைய புதுவை மாநிலத்தினுடைய அந்த வீதிகள் நம்ம பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஒவ்வொரு வீதிகளும் 90 டிகிரி 90 டிகிரி பேரலா இருக்கும். ஒவ்வொரு வீதி நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னு சொன்னா 90 டிகிரி பேரலா இருக்கு. சேட்டலைட் மேப்ல நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா நல்லாவே தெரியும். ஒவ்வொரு வீதியும் போய் நேரா வந்து பீச்சில் போய் கனெக்ட் ஆகும். ஒவ்வொரு தெருக்களும் பீச்சில் போய் கனெக்ட் ஆகிற மாதிரி தான் இன்னைக்கு இருக்கு. இது எல்லாத்தையும் தாண்டி பாத்தீங்கன்னா இன்னைக்கு பாத்தீங்கன்னா புதுச்சேரி மாநிலத்துல இந்த ஹெரிட்டேஜ் பில்டிங்ஸ் அந்த கலை பண்பாடோடு கலையோடு கூடிய அந்த புராதன சின்னங்கள் இன்றைக்கும் அவை அப்படியே இன்றைக்கு அதை பாதுகாப்பதற்கான நடவடிக்கையை நம்முடைய அரசாங்கம் எடுத்துக்கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. அதுக்கு பல்வேறு விதமான முயற்சிகளை இன்றைக்கு எடுத்து அதை சிறப்பான முறையிலே அதை பாதுகாத்து நம்முடைய அந்த பழமை மாறாமல் இருப்பதற்கான நடவடிக்கையை நம்முடைய அரசாங்கம் இன்றைக்கு தொடர்ந்து எடுத்துக்கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. எங்களுடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் சொல்லுகிற பாண்டிச்சேரி ஒரு மினி சிங்கப்பூர் ஆக்கணும். நிறைய நேரத்தில் அவர் சொல்லிட்டு இருக்க ஒவ்வொரு நேரமும் சிந்தித்து அவருடைய கனவு கண்டு கொண்டிருக்கிறார். அதை நோக்கி நாம் பாண்டிச்சேரி போகணும். அதுதான் ஒவ்வொரு கூட்டத்திலையும் ஒவ்வொரு நேரத்திலையும் அதிகாரிகள் இடத்துல அவர் கேட்கிற வார்த்தையை மினி சிங்கப்பூரா உருவாக்கணும் அப்படின்றதுதான் அவருடைய எண்ணம். அந்த அடிப்படையில் தான் இன்றைக்கு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களும் சுற்றுலாத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களும் நம்முடைய புதுவை மாநிலத்தை ஒரு மினி சிங்கப்பூராக உருவாக்குவதற்கான நடவடிக்கை தொடர்ந்து எடுத்துக்கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அந்த அடிப்படையில் தான் இன்னைக்கு இந்த சப்மிட் இன்னைக்கு உருவாக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. அது சிங்கப்பூர்ல இருந்து நம்ம ஜில்லாவை கூட்டு வந்து இங்க புதுச்சேரி ஒரு மினி சிங்கப்பூரா உருவாக்குவதற்கான ஆலோசனைகளை கருத்துக்களை ஆலோசனைகளை நீங்கள் எங்களுடைய அரசிற்கு வழங்க வேண்டும் என்று எங்களுடைய சுற்றுலாத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்கள் ஒரு முன்மொழிவை இங்கு முன்மொழிந்திருக்கின்றார். எனவே எங்களுடைய அந்த எண்ணங்கள் எல்லாம் நம்முடைய புதுச்சேரி மாநிலத்தை ஒரு சிறந்த மாநிலமாக உருவாக்க வேண்டும் என்பதுதான் எங்களுடைய எண்ணம். அது மட்டும் இல்லை, இன்னைக்கு புதுச்சேரி மாநிலம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு அமைதியான ஒரு மாநிலமாக இன்றைக்கு புதுச்சேரி மாநிலம் திகழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. பல்வேறு நிலைகளிலே பல்வேறு இயற்கை பேரிடர்கள் வந்தாலும் கூட அவற்றையெல்லாம் எதிர்கொண்டு அதனை சமாளிக்கக்கூடிய அந்த திறமை அந்த தன்மை இந்த புதுச்சேரி மாநிலத்திற்கு இருக்கின்றது. சட்டம் ஒழுங்கு பிரச்சனை இன்னைக்கு அதை கட்டுக்குள்ளே நம்முடைய அரசாங்கம் கொண்டு வந்திருக்கின்றது. ஒரு அமைதியாக வாழ்வதற்கான ஒரு ஏற்ற சூழல் இன்னைக்கு புதுச்சேரி மாநிலத்திலே உருவாக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. குருஜி கூட சொல்லுகின்ற போது சொன்னார், நம்முடைய மைண்ட் பீஸ் ஆஃப் மைண்ட், நம்முடைய மனதிற்கு ஒரு அமைதியை கிடைக்க வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால் அது எல்லா இடத்துலையும் கிடைக்காது. ஒரு சில இடத்துலதான் அதை நம்மால் உணர முடியும். அப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு இடமாக இன்றைக்கு புதுவை மாநிலம் இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. எனவே இந்த வாய்ப்பை பயன்படுத்தி நம்ம சொல்லுவோம், இன்னைக்கு வியாபாரத்துல சொல்லும் போது சொல்லுவாங்க, திருக்குறள்ல சொல்லும் போது கூட சகோதரி சொன்னாங்க, இன்னைக்கு வியாபாரத்தை ஒப்பிட்டு ஒரு திருக்குறள்ல சொன்னாங்க. அப்படி சொல்லும் பொழுது அந்த வியாபாரத்தை சொல்லுகின்ற பொழுது அது வேல்யூ ஆடட்னு சொல்லுவோம். ஒரு ப்ராடக்டை வந்து நம்ம ஒரு வேல்யூ ஆடடா கொண்டு போகும்போது அவருடைய மதிப்பானது கூடுகிறது. அப்ப இந்த வேல்யூ ஆடடா இன்னைக்கு புதுவை மாநிலத்தில் ஒரு சுற்றுலாத்துறையை ஒரு வேல்யூ ஆடடா கொண்டு வருகின்ற பொழுது சுற்றுலாத்துறை வளர்ப்பதோடு மட்டுமல்லாமல் புதுவை மாநிலத்துடைய பொருளாதார வளர்ச்சியும் உருவாகும். அதே நேரத்தில் பல்வேறு விதமான நம்முடைய இளைஞர்களுக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பையும் உருவாக்கி கொடுக்க முடியும். ஏன்னா பல்வேறு விதமான வளர்ச்சிகளை உருவாக்குவதற்கு இன்றைக்கு சுற்றுலாத்துறை ஒரு அடிப்படையான ஒரு துறையாக இன்றைக்கு இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற இந்த காரணத்தினால் இன்றைக்கு அரசாங்கம் சுற்றுலாத்துறைக்கு அதிக கவனத்தை இன்றைக்கு கொடுத்திருக்கின்றது. நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா இன்னைக்கு நிதிநிலை அறிக்கையில கூட முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் பல்வேறு வளர்ச்சி திட்டங்களை சுற்றுலாத்துறையில அறிவித்திருக்கின்றார்கள். பல்வேறு விதமான தனியார் பங்களிப்போடு பல்வேறு சுற்றுலா வளர்ச்சி திட்டங்களை உருவாக்க வேண்டும் என்பதுதான் இன்னைக்கு அரசினுடைய நோக்கமாக இருக்கின்றது. எனவே அவற்றை எல்லாம் நம்முடைய பல்வேறு நாடுகளிலிருந்து வருகை தந்திருக்கின்ற நீங்கள் எல்லாம் அவற்றை நல்ல முறையிலே பயன்படுத்தி நீங்கள் தொழிலிலே வளர்வதோடு மட்டுமல்லாமல் புதுச்சேரி மாநில சுற்றுலா வளர்ச்சி பெறுவதோடு இந்த மாநிலத்தினுடைய பொருளாதாரமும் அதே மாதிரி இந்த மாநிலத்தினுடைய இந்த ஃபேஸ்லிப்ட் என்று ஆங்கிலத்தில் சொல்வார்கள், அதனுடைய தோற்றமும் பொலிவும் மாறுவதற்கு ஒரு மாற்றத்தை உருவாக்குவதற்கு, ஏன்னா இன்றைய காலகட்டத்திற்கு ஏற்ப மாற்றம் ஒன்றே மாறாதது என்று சொல்வார்கள். அது மாதிரி இன்றைய காலகட்டத்திற்கு ஏற்ப அந்த மாற்றங்களை உருவாக்குவதன் மூலமாக எதிர்காலத்தில் புதுவை மாநிலத்தில் சுற்றுலாவில் மேலும் ஒரு சிறந்த மாநிலமாக உருவாக்குவதற்கு இந்த மாநாடு ஒரு சிறப்பான ஒரு தொடக்கத்தை கொடுத்திருக்கிறது என்ற நம்பிக்கையோடு உங்களிடம் இன்று விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
நன்றி மாண்புமிகு தொழில் மற்றும் வணிக வரித்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு. அமைச்சரை தொடர்ந்து மாண்புமிகு சட்டப்பேரவை சபாநாயகர் திரு ஏம்பலம் செல்வம் அவர்களை ஒரு சில வார்த்தைகள் நம்மோடு பேசி வருமாறு அழைக்கிறோம்.
சர்வதேச சுற்றுலா கருத்தரங்கிற்கு வந்திருந்து புதுச்சேரி மாநிலத்திலே முதல் முறையாக இந்த சர்வதேச சுற்றுலா கருத்தரங்கை ஆரம்பித்து வைத்திருக்கின்ற எங்களுடைய மக்கள் முதல்வர் அண்ணன் என்ஆர் அவர்களே, மாண்புமிகு உள்துறை அமைச்சர் அன்பு சகோதரர் நமச்சிவாயம் அவர்களே, மாண்புமிகு சுற்றுலாத்துறை அமைச்சர் அருமை அண்ணன் லட்சுமி நாராயணன் அவர்களே, சுற்றுலாத்துறை இயக்குனர் பிரியதர்ஷினி அவர்களே, இவ்வளவு மிக பிரம்மாண்டமான ஒரு கருத்தரங்கை புதுச்சேரிக்கு மக்களுக்கு வழங்கிய என்னுடைய அருமை நண்பர் முகமது ஜின்னா அவர்களே, வந்திருக்கின்ற பல்வேறு நாட்டு அறிஞர் பெருமக்களே, பத்திரிகை நண்பர்களே, புதுச்சேரி சேர்ந்த பெரியவர்களே, உங்கள் அத்தனை பேருக்கும் நன்றி கலந்த காலை விளக்கத்தை கூறி நம்முடைய மக்கள் முதல்வருடைய எண்ணங்கள் படி இன்றைக்கு புதுச்சேரி ஒவ்வொரு துறையாக வளர்ந்து கொண்டு வருகிறது. அதில் குறிப்பாக அவர் என்ன மனதில் இருக்கின்றதோ அது போன்ற திட்டங்கள் அனைத்தும் விரைவாக நிறைவேற இங்கே ஜின்னா போன்றவர்கள் எல்லாம் அவர்களுக்கு உறுதுணையாக இருந்து கொண்டு இன்றைக்கு இந்த கருத்தரங்கை இங்கே ஆரம்பித்து இன்றைக்கும் நாளைக்கும் இங்கே நடத்தி கொண்டு இருக்கின்றார்கள். நம்முடைய பாரத பிரதமர் புதுச்சேரிக்கு வந்தபோது தேர்தல் நேரத்திலே பெஸ்ட் புதுச்சேரின்னு சொன்னாங்க. நம்முடைய மக்கள் முதலுடைய கனவை எண்ணங்களை ஈடேற்றுகின்ற வகையிலே தொழில், கல்வி, ஆன்மீகம், சுற்றுலா என நான்கையும் இணைத்து பெஸ்ட் புதுச்சேரி என்ற ஒரு புதிய புதுச்சேரியை உருவாக்குவதற்காக அன்றைக்கு தேர்தல் வாக்குறுதியாக கொடுத்தார். அந்த தேர்தல் வாக்குறுதியை நிறைவேற்றுகின்ற நம்முடைய மக்கள் முதல்வர் அவர்கள் இன்றைக்கு புதுச்சேரியிலே இந்த காமராஜர் மணிமண்டபம் அவருடைய காலத்தில் உருவாக்கப்பட்டது. இப்படி ஈசானிலிருந்து சென்னையிலிருந்து வருகின்ற எந்த வெளிநாட்டு பயணிகளாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, இன்றைக்கு நுழைவாயில் இருக்கின்ற இந்த காமராஜர் மணிமண்டபம் அவருடைய எண்ணத்திலே உருவான ஒன்று. அதே போன்று வேறுபாடு வழியாக வருகிறோம் என்றால் அங்கே இருக்கின்ற ஜிப்மர் மருத்துவமனை, புதுச்சேரியுடைய மருத்துவ துறைக்கு வித்திட்ட, இந்தியாவுடைய மருத்துவத்துறைக்கு வித்திட்ட ஒரு ஜிப்மர் மருத்துவமனை அங்கே, அதுபோல் கன்னிக்கோயில் வருகின்ற வழியிலே தனியார் மருத்துவக் கல்லூரி, இது போன்று புதுச்சேரி ஒரு அமைதியான மாநிலமாகவும் மக்கள் விரும்புகின்ற வகையிலே ஆன்மீகத்திற்கு ஏற்ற ஒரு பூமியாகவும், இங்கே எவ்வளவு பெரிய பேரிழவுகள் வந்தாலும் கூட, சுனாமி போன்ற எவ்வளவு பெரிய பூகம்பம் வந்தாலும் கூட ஒரு துளி கூட பாதிக்காமல் இருக்கின்ற ஒரு மாநிலம் புதுச்சேரி மாநிலம். அதற்கு இங்கே இருக்கின்ற புதுச்சேரி வேதபுரி. அந்த வேதபுரிக்கு இருக்கின்ற சித்தர்களுடைய பூமி, வாழும் சித்தராக இருக்கின்ற இங்கே இருக்கின்ற மக்கள் மக்களுடைய எண்ணங்களை பிரதிபலிக்கின்ற மக்கள் இங்கே இருக்கின்ற காரணத்தினால் இன்றைக்கு புதுச்சேரி மலை எவ்வளவு பெரிய பேரிழப்புகளை தாங்கிக் கொண்டாலும் கூட எந்த ஒரு பாதிப்பு இல்லாத மாநிலம், அமைதியான மாநிலம். இங்கே சுற்றுலா கருத்தரங்கு இன்றைக்கு நம்முடைய நண்பர் முகமது ஜின்னா அவர்கள் இங்கே ஆரம்பித்திருக்கின்றார். அப்படி ஆரம்பிப்பதன் மூலம் மேலும் ஒரு மைல்கல்லாக இந்த புதுச்சேரி சுற்றுலா துறையானது இங்கே தரப்பளிக்கும். இங்கே நமக்கு முன்னால் புதுச்சேரி மாநில சுற்றுலாத்துறை கடந்த ஓராண்டுகளில் செய்த சாதனைகளை மட்டும் இங்கே நமக்கு ஒரு சின்ன வீடியோ பலமாக இங்கே காண்பித்தார்கள். இது ஓராண்டுக்கு நிறைவேற்றப்பட்ட திட்டங்கள் மட்டும்தான். இன்னும் இருக்கின்ற ஆண்டுகளிலே புதுச்சேரி மாநிலம் இந்தியாவிலே தலை சிறந்த மாநிலமாக சுற்றுலாத்துறையை விளங்கும். அதற்கு முத்தாய்ப்பாக இங்கே இருக்கின்ற சுற்றுலாத்துறை அமைச்சர்களும் நம்முடைய மக்கள் முதல்வர் அவர்களும் இணைந்து புதிய புதுச்சேரியை உருவாக்கி அதை நம்முடைய ஒப்படைப்பால் அதற்கு உறுதுணையாக இருக்கின்ற வெளிநாட்டை சார்ந்த ஏறத்தாழ 10க்கு மேற்பட்ட நாடுகளில் வந்திருக்கின்ற அத்தனை அறிஞர் பெருமக்களும் புதுச்சேரிக்கு புதிய சுற்றுலாவை உருவாக்க உறுதுணையாக இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று கூறி வாய்ப்புக்கு நன்றி கூறுகிறோம். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
நன்றி மாண்புமிகு சபாநாயகர் அவர்களுக்கு. அடுத்தாக இந்த சர்வதேச சுற்றுலா மாநாடு 2022 உண்மை, உறுதி, சத்தியம், நேர்மை, எளிமை இவற்றை எல்லாம் உருவகமாக கொண்டிருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு மனிதரான மாண்புமிகு புதுச்சேரி முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களை நம்மோடு சில வார்த்தைகளை பகிர்ந்து கொள்ளுமாறு அழைக்கிறோம்.
எனது அன்பிற்கும் மரியாதைக்குரிய சட்டப்பேரவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களே, மாண்புமிகு சட்டப்பேரவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களே, எனது அன்பிற்குரிய மாண்புமிகு உள்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களே, அன்புக்குரிய மாண்புமிகு சுற்றுலாத்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களே, மற்றும் அன்புக்குரிய துறையின் இயக்குனர் அவர்களே, துறை சார்ந்த அதிகாரிகளே, இந்த சர்வதேச சுற்றுலா உச்சி மாநாட்டினை தொடங்குவதற்கு உண்மையிலே எனக்கு மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருக்கின்றது. இந்த மாநாட்டை நடத்த வேண்டும் என்று எண்ணி இங்கே இதனை ஏற்பாடு செய்த என்னுடைய நண்பர் என்ன அவர்களுக்கு மனமார்ந்த நன்றியை நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். இங்கே வருகை தந்துள்ள அன்புக்குரிய சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்களை, பல நாடுகளை சார்ந்த சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்களே, அன்புக்குரிய நண்பர்களே, சகோதர சகோதரர்களே, உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய நன்றி கலந்த வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். புதுச்சேரி மாநிலம் உங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் நல்லா தெரியும். ஒரு சிறிய மாநிலம், ஒரு சின்ன இடம், ஒரு 26 கிலோமீட்டர் சுற்றுலா உள்ள ஒரு இடம் தான் புதுச்சேரி மாநில நகரம். அந்த புதுச்சேரி மாநிலம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லும்பொழுது 4 பகுதி சேர்த்து ஒரு மாநிலம். காரைக்கால், மாஹே, யானம், ஒவ்வொரு பகுதிக்கும் ஒரு சிறப்பு உண்டு. புதுச்சேரியில பாத்தீங்கன்னா பழமையான ஒரு நகரம், பழமையான கட்டிடங்கள், குறிப்பா பாதுகாக்கப்பட வேண்டிய கட்டிடங்கள், எல்லா கட்டிடங்களும் அவ்வளவு அழகான கட்டிடங்கள், நல்ல திருக்கோயில்கள், அழகிய மாதா கோயில், நல்ல சிறப்பான மசூதி, இதெல்லாம் இணைந்து இருக்கின்ற ஒரு மாநிலம் நம்முடைய சிறிய மாநிலம் புதுச்சேரி மாநிலம். இப்போது சுற்றுலா வளர்ச்சி என்பது விரைவான ஒரு வளர்ச்சியாக இருக்கின்றது என்பதை யாரும் மறுக்க முடியாது. புதுச்சேரி வருவாயில் மிக முக்கிய பங்கு வகிப்பது சுற்றுலா. இதனை மேம்படுத்த வேண்டியது அரசுடைய முக்கிய கடமையாக இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது என்பது உண்மை. பழைமையான கட்டிடங்கள், பழைமையான நகரம் பாதுகாக்கப்பட வேண்டியது ஒரு பக்கம். ஆனா இன்றைய சூழலுக்கு ஏற்ப வளர்ச்சி எப்படி இருக்க வேண்டும், இன்றைய காலகட்டத்தில் எப்படி எல்லாம் இளைஞர்கள் விரும்புகின்றார்கள். எப்படிப்பட்ட நகரமாக இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று விரும்புகின்றார்கள் என்று எண்ணி பார்க்கும் பொழுது சில முக்கியமான வளர்ச்சியை கொண்டு வர வேண்டிய நிலையிலும் நாம் இருக்கணும் என்பதுதான் உண்மை. பழமையான நகரம் பாதுகாக்கப்பட வேண்டும். இன்றைய காலகட்டத்திற்கு ஒரு புதிய வளர்ச்சி உள்ள ஒரு பகுதியாக சில பகுதிகள் மாற்றப்பட வேண்டும் என்பதும் உண்மை. புதுச்சேரி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நீங்க நல்ல அழகிய கடற்கரை, எப்பொழுதும் ஒரு அழகிய நல்ல கடற்கரை. இந்த கடற்கரையை விரிவுபடுத்த வேண்டியது, சுற்றுலா மையமாக உருவாக்கி கொள்ள வேண்டியது நம்முடைய கடமை. அதுக்குரிய வசதி வாய்ப்புகள் நிறைய இருக்கின்றது. அதே மாதிரி நல்ல ஏரி குளங்கள், நல்ல நீர்வளம் மிக்க ஏரி குளங்கள் புதுச்சேரி இருக்கின்றது. ஆன்மீக சுற்றுலா அப்படின்னு சொல்லும்போது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா புதுச்சேரி மற்றும் காரைக்கால் ஆகிய பகுதியில் பல மிக முக்கிய திருக்கோயில்கள் இருப்பதை நாம் நிச்சயமாக அறியலாம். காரைக்கால் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா சனீஸ்வர பகவான் கோயில் திருக்கோயில். ஒரு மாதத்திற்கு 3 லட்சம் பக்தர்கள் வந்து செல்கின்ற ஒரு திருக்கோயில் காரைக்கால்ல. இங்க புதுச்சேரி வந்து பழமையான கோயில்கள், மணக்குள விநாயகர் கோயில், ஈஸ்வரன் கோயில், வில்லியனூர் ஈஸ்வரன் கோயில், திருக்காஞ்சி ஈஸ்வரன் கோயில், இதெல்லாம் மிக முக்கியமான பழமையான திருக்கோயில்கள். இது ஆன்மீக சுற்றுலா மேம்படுத்துவதற்குரிய வாய்ப்பினை நாம் பெற்றிருக்கின்றோம் என்பது உண்மை. மாஹே பகுதியில் அழகிய இடம், அழகிய பச்சை பசேல் என்று இருக்கின்ற ஒரு இடம், நல்ல கடற்கரை உள்ள ஒரு இடம். யானம் வளர்ந்து வருகின்ற ஒரு சிறிய பகுதி யானம், அது இப்போது மிகப்பெரிய வளர்ச்சியை பெற்றிருக்கின்றது என்பது உண்மை. இப்படி பார்க்கும் பொழுது நம்முடைய சுற்றுலாவை மேம்படுத்துகின்ற நிலையில் வாய்ப்புகள் அதிகம் என்பது என்னுடைய எண்ணம். அதற்குரிய ஆலோசனை நீங்கள் வழங்க வேண்டும் என்பதுதான் என்னுடைய விருப்பம். ஏன்னா இந்த கருத்தரம், இந்த மாநாடு என்பது நல்ல கருத்துக்களை பரிமாற்றிக் கொள்ளுகின்ற ஒரு வாய்ப்பினை உருவாக்கி இருக்கின்றது. இங்கே புதுச்சேரி பொதுவாக சொல்லுவாங்க, வாரத்தில் 3 நாட்கள் சுற்றுலா பயணம் வந்து செல்கின்றார்கள், மீதி நாள் ஒண்ணு எப்படி இருக்கு, சாதாரணமா இருக்கு அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. வாரம் முழுவதும் மாதம் முழுவதும் சுற்றுலா பயணிகள் செல்லுகின்ற ஒரு இடமாக இந்த இடம் புதுச்சேரி இருக்க வேண்டும் என்பதும் எங்களுடைய எண்ணம். புதுச்சேரி நகரத்தை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் சரி, புதுச்சேரி இந்த இடங்களை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் சரி, வாரம் முழுவதும் சுற்றுலா பயணம் சென்று வருகின்ற ஒரு இடமாக மாற்றுகின்ற வாய்ப்பு உண்டு. இங்கே நம்முடைய தமிழக சார்ந்த அப்படியே புதுச்சேரி ஒட்டி உள்ள பகுதி ஆரோவில் பகுதி, அந்த ஆரோவில் பகுதிக்கு சென்று பார்த்தால் ஒரு தண்ணி இடத்துல இருக்க மாதிரி நமக்கு ஒரு எண்ணம் உருவாகும். ஆரோவில் பகுதி, ஆரோவில் பகுதியும் நம்ம தமிழை சேர்ந்த ஆரோவில் பகுதியும் புதுச்சேரி இடமும் ஒன்றாக இருப்பதை நாம் அறியலாம். அப்ப அந்த ஆரோவில் பகுதி சர்வதேச ஒரு இடம். அந்த இடம் புதுச்சேரி பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா சர்வதேச உலகத்தில் உள்ள அத்தனை நாடுகள் சார்ந்தவர்கள் இங்கே வசிப்பதை நாம் பார்க்கலாம், இருந்து கொண்டிருப்பதை பார்க்கலாம், வந்து செல்வதை பார்க்கலாம். அதனை யாரும் மறுக்க முடியாது. அதே சமயத்தில் சுற்றுலா பயணிகள் வந்து செல்லுகின்ற நிலையில் நம்முடைய புதுச்சேரி நகரத்தையும் சரி மற்ற இடமும் சரி அழகாக சுத்தமாக வைத்திருக்க வேண்டும் என்ற எண்ணத்தில் அரசு சில நடவடிக்கைகளை எடுத்துக்கொண்டு இருக்கின்றது. ஆனால் உங்களுடைய கருத்துக்கள், உங்களுடைய ஆலோசனைகள் மிக முக்கியமான ஒன்றாக நாங்கள் கருதுகின்றோம். ஏன்னா இன்றைய தேவைக்கேற்ப வளர்ச்சி எப்படி இருக்க வேண்டும், பழமை மாறாமல் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்பது மிக முக்கியமான ஒன்று. ஏன் சொன்னீங்கன்னா பல இடங்கள் சென்று பேசிக்கொண்டு இருக்கும்போது மதம் கேட்பாங்க, புதுச்சேரி நீங்க அப்படியே வச்சிருக்கீங்களா, பழமை மாறாமல் இருக்குதா புதுச்சேரி அப்படின்னு கேட்பாங்க. அது பழமை மாறாமல் இருக்க வேண்டியது அவசியம் என்பதை அது நமக்கு உணர்த்துகின்றது. பழமை மாறாமல் இருக்கணும், இந்த கட்டிடங்கள்லாம் வீதி அப்படியே இருக்கணும், மாற்றாதீங்க, நல்லா இருக்கும், கடற்கரை அப்படியே நல்ல கடற்கரை அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஆனால் புதுச்சேரியில் மக்கள் அமைதியாகவும் அழகினை ரசிக்கின்ற ஒரு இடமாகவும் வைத்துக் கொண்டிருக்க வேண்டும் என்பதில் எங்களுடைய அரசு மிகுந்த கவனம் செலுத்தி வருகின்றது. அமைதியான ஒரு நகரம், அமைதியான ஒரு இடம், அழகான ஒரு இடம், இரண்டும் எப்பொழுதும் இருக்க வேண்டும். இது மாறாமல் புதுச்சேரி வளர்ச்சி இருக்க வேண்டும் என்பது எங்களுடைய எண்ணம். இதுவும் மாறக்கூடாது. ஆனால் வளர்ச்சியும் வந்து கொண்டிருக்க வேண்டும், வளர்ச்சியும் இருக்கணும். அதனால் உங்களுடைய கருத்துக்கள், ஏன்னா நீங்க நல்ல இங்கே 2 நாட்கள் இங்கே பல இடங்களை பல நாடுகளை சார்ந்த நண்பர்கள் இங்கே வந்திருக்கின்றார்கள். அவர்களாம் சில இடங்களை எல்லாம் சுற்றி பார்த்து நம்முடைய கிராம பகுதியில் எப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு சுற்றுலா மேம்பாட்டின் ஒன்றாக மாற்ற முடியும், கிராமங்களை எல்லாம் எப்படி அதை சுற்றுலாவாக மாற்றுவதற்கு, பயணிகள் வந்து செல்வதற்குரிய ஏற்ற இடமாக மாற்றுவதற்கு என்ன என்பதையெல்லாம் நீங்கள் உங்களுடைய ஆலோசனையாக எங்களுக்கு கூறினால் நிச்சயமாக அதனை மேம்படுத்துவதற்கு, அதனை ஏற்றுக்கொண்டு செயல்படுத்துவதற்கு அரசு சில முடிவுகளை எடுக்கும் என்பதை நான் இங்கே உங்களுக்கு தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். அந்தந்த நாடுகளுக்கும் அந்தந்த பகுதிகளுக்கும் தனி சிறப்பு உண்டு. அதே போன்று நம்முடைய இந்திய திருநாட்டில் ஒரு பெரிய வளர்ச்சி வர வேண்டும் என்ற நிலையில் மத்திய அரசு பல முடிவுகளை எல்லாம் எடுத்து செயல்படுத்தி வருகின்றது. அதே சமயம் புதுச்சேரி ஒரு நல்ல வளர்ச்சி வர வேண்டும் என்பது மத்திய அரசுடைய எண்ணமாகவும் நம்முடைய மரியாதை பாரத பிரதமர் அவருடைய எண்ணமாகவும் இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. அதனால் எங்களுடைய அரசு ஒரு சிறந்த மாநிலமாக புதுச்சேரி மாநிலத்தை கொண்டு வருவதற்கும், சுற்றுலா பயணிகளை ஈர்த்து அதே சமயத்தில் அமைதியாகவும் மகிழ்ச்சியோடு வாழ்வதற்கு ஒரு சூழலை உருவாக்குகின்ற மாநிலமாக இருக்கும் என்பதை இங்கே கூறிக்கொண்டு, நீங்கள் எல்லாம் புதுச்சேரியுடைய அமைதி மற்றும் அழகினை ஏற்றுக்கொண்டு ரசிப்பீர்கள், தங்குவீர்கள் என்ற நம்பிக்கை எனக்கு இருக்கிறது. உங்களுடைய ஆலோசனை நீங்கள் எங்களுக்கு எடுத்து கூறும் பொழுது அதை முழுமையாக நாங்கள் ஏற்றுக்கொள்வோம் என்பதை கூறி இந்த மாநாடு சிறப்படைய என்ற வாழ்த்தினை கூறி விடைபெறுகின்றேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு நன்றி. இந்த சர்வதேச சுற்றுலா மாநாட்டில் அடுத்தபடியாக இன்னும் 3 பேர் நம்மிடையே உரையாற்ற இருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்களை தொடர்ந்து செய்தியாளர்கள் சந்திப்பும் தொடர்ந்து கண்காட்சியும் பார்வையிட இருக்கிறோம். மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களையும் அமைச்சர் பெருமக்கள் அவர்களையும் அன்போடு இருக்குமாறு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் கண்காட்சிக்கு செல்ல இருக்கிறார்கள். அதனைத் தொடர்ந்து நம்மிடையே இன்னும் 3 விருந்தினர்கள் உரையாற்ற இருக்கிறார்கள். அதனையும் பார்க்கவிருக்கிறோம். விருந்தினர்கள் அவர்களையும் அனைவரையும் அன்போடு இருக்குமாறு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம்.
We request everyone to kindly be seated as we're going to take a little while over here till the dignitaries are seen off by our chairperson. Well, to inform you about what our agenda will be this morning, this afternoon rather, that is, as of now, we have 3 more keynote addresses to be given away, very, very important ones. So kindly have the patience to listen to them. We also have a launch happening. What is the launch about? We are not announcing as of now yet. We're going to keep that as a little surprise for all of you. Post that, we're going to proceed on for lunch. We're going to take a little lunch break over here. I'm sure all of you are somehow inclined towards a little food, a special food menu over here, as I was informed already. So I'm sure you're keen to have that as well. And soon after that, we will all assemble here for 2 sessions, 2 very, very important sessions, where we're going to have different panelists coming up with their own presentations and their own ideas, which they will be sharing with all of us. So kindly stay back as of now, as we have 3 eminent keynote addresses coming over in just a while, as soon as Mr. Jinnah, our chairperson, joins us.
இந்த சர்வதேச சுற்றுலா மாநாடு 2022 நோக்கம் என்ன அப்படிங்கறதை அனைவருக்கும் தெரிஞ்சிருக்கும் நம்புறோம். இருந்தாலும் ஒரு முறை உங்களுக்கு சொல்லிக்கொள்ள விரும்புகிறோம். புதுச்சேரி அப்படிங்கறதுனாலே பொழுதுபோக்கு தலமாகவே பார்க்கப்படக்கூடிய இந்த நேரத்துல ஒரு ஆன்மீக சுற்றுலா தலமாகவும் மருத்துவத்துக்கான ஒரு ஹப்பாகவும் இது இருக்கு அப்படிங்கறத எல்லார்கிட்டையும் கொண்டு போய் சேர்க்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறதுதான் மாண்புமிகு சுற்றுலாத்துறை அமைச்சர் சொன்ன மாதிரியாகட்டும், முதலமைச்சர் சொன்ன மாதிரியாகட்டும், சுற்றுலாத்துறைக்காக கடந்த 1 வருடமாக புதுச்சேரியில என்னென்ன வளர்ச்சி திட்டங்கள் செஞ்சுக்கிட்டு வரோம் அப்படிங்கறத
எல்லார்கிட்டயும் கொண்டு போய் சேர்க்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறதா இந்த மாநாட்டுடைய முக்கிய நோக்கமாக இருக்கிறது. தொடர்ந்து இன்னும் ரஷ்யாவிலிருந்து வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்களும் கம்போடியாவிலிருந்து வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய சிறப்பு விருந்தினர்களும் நம்மிடையே உரையாற்ற இருக்கிறாங்க. இன்னும் சற்று நேரத்தில் அது தொடங்கவிருக்கிறது. அதனை தொடர்ந்து அங்க செய்தியாளர்கள் சந்திப்பும் கண்காட்சியும் கூட இருக்கிறது. நீங்க எல்லாருமே போய் பார்வையிடலாம். அதனை தொடர்ந்து அனைவருக்கும் உணவும் கூட தயார் செய்யப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. அனைவருக்கும் கொஞ்ச நேரம் பொறுமை மட்டும் காக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறது அன்போடு வேண்டி கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம்.
Absolutely. And again, the first question I really have on my mind, I see a lot of students around. Do I have a lot of students around? Can you kindly raise your hands? All the students. Oh, wow, fantastic. Okay, and do we see a lot of homemakers over there? Hanji, haath utha le, sharmaye na.
Successful women, whatever.
The housewives,
Yeah.
homemakers. They are very shy. Okay, the students over here, you are here to learn, to grasp a lot of issues, a lot of ideas as we have been talking about them. Till now, do you think it was fruitful? A question popped up from me. And I would request Lavanya to kindly repeat so in Tamil.
I think everyone knows English right there. Or should I translate in Tamil?
No, hang on. If you do not know,
Yeah.
to jawab de do English mein, right? Till now, do you think it was fruitful enough, as we had a lot of presentations, a lot of dignitaries joining us across the globe, and they had really high hopes about not just collaboration between various countries with India, but also about developing various verticals of tourism in Puducherry in our own state, right? So how happy are you, or how excited are you about this entire scenario over here till now? And trust me, I can vouch for it. We have better learnings coming up post-lunch, so don't you go anywhere. Till now, how did you feel? Can I have anyone representing and speaking for all of you, or on
Please share your views about this.
Yes, absolutely. Everyone's too shy. Yes, please.
Can we have a mic with him, please?
What we can do is, can we have this young gentleman coming over? And can I have a round of applause for him as well?
Yes, give him a big round of applause. He has stood up. Come on.
Yes, can I have a name first?
Myself. Hello, my name is Jijo George. I'm a student of tourism from Puducherry Central University.
A round of applause for a young gentleman over here. So what are your thoughts as of now?
So the inaugural session, like, even though it delayed, it went on very well. And, from the part of the students, I think that, like, as you mentioned, the session was quite fruitful. So like we had a video about Puducherry. So like,
who loved the video, by the way? I loved it myself. Who loved it? Come on, both hands up, both hands up. Beautiful. He didn't just love it, he is appreciating it to the core. A round of applause for him as well, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Like we are students of tourism from Puducherry, and like we've been in Puducherry for like so much in so many months. Until now, like there were many pictures, of many destinations, even which like we don't know. So the video was quite informational, and like we were quite informed by that video. And I think
did you get any idea of what to do exactly when you were watching the video? Did you get any new idea? Okay, maybe we can do this as a part of tourism expansion.
Exactly. Puducherry is a tourism destination with a lot of scope. And apart from the usual stuff that happens in Puducherry, it's like a tourist destination with a lot of scope in spiritual tourism, in medical tourism. As someone mentioned about the number of medical colleges in Puducherry, it's like very high. So scope for medical tourism, scope for spiritual tourism in Puducherry, it's on the rise of emergence, and it's like the potential is like very high in Puducherry, and I think this summit can help in developing that skills, developing that potential of Puducherry and putting it into good use.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you. And any one of you have any new idea which you want to share with us? Because young minds are absolutely loaded with new ideas, which you might just think at your point, at your level, that maybe it is not, it is not materialistic maybe, or it is not feasible. But maybe the generation of idea from your end and execution from our end can actually take Puducherry to newer heights. Anyone? Any idea of how we can escalate tourism to a better, upscale tourism of Puducherry to a better height?
Yeah, we feel good when young people like you share our thoughts, share your thoughts with us, so that, in Tamil they will say something, Desandiri, not just learning books. You should travel around the world and you learn new things. That's how you mend up your mind, so you can do new things, and not only just for you, also for the society, to conserve the wildlife, nature, etc., etc. And have you been to Auroville? Whenever someone comes to Puducherry, have you been to Puducherry? Auroville, anyone?
I'm yet to explore. By the way, I do not belong to Puducherry, though I am in love with it now. I belong to a very beautiful state of West Bengal, and I come from the city of Joy, Kolkata. This is Sylvie, your host, and we have the beautiful Lavanya.
Yes,
from
Sriram. I'm from Chennai. So basically, I'm from Chennai. Even though I am brought up in Tamil Nadu, very nearby to Puducherry Strait, I never knew this much things about Puducherry. So I learned very good, many things about Puducherry after coming to this event. And thank you so much for this.
But honestly, if you're talking about, yes, sir, would you want to say something? Your thoughts?
Yes, give a round of applause
for him. Yes, sir.
You are from Puducherry.
No, I am from Kolkata.
Oh, I think the Minister of Tourism should kind of like put you here.
Yeah, no, it was the chairperson of United Holdings, Jinnah sir. He have put me here.
Okay, yeah, I know. Because I'm very impressed. This morning I was actually quite sleepy until you come on the stage. You are the spark.
Thank you. Thank you.
What do you call it? The euphoria. Euphoric. Wow. Fantastic words.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I'm humbled.
Actually, I'm the keynote speaker, so I try to talk about things that I do not want to repeat later on, or everybody will go to sleep. But I'm very glad to see the future leaders over here sitting at the back. And give one more round of applause to the brave gentlemen who come here just now. You are all Tamilian, right? Are you all Tamilian?
Are you all Tamilian? Do you speak Tamil? Everyone? Raise your hand if you're a proud Tamilian. Come on.
Great.
Yes.
In Singapore, I'm a Singaporean, all right? So if you're going to handle tourists, international tourists, you're going to see people like me, all right? Dressed differently. Some are indecent, but of course, in this part of the world, this part of India, this is a spiritual, we are doing spiritual tourism. You must dress decently. Okay? So be prepared. And most of my friends, most of my Indian friends, I think because of the Tamil language, you are supposed to speak more than 3 languages. In Singapore, my Indian friends, they speak more than 3 languages. Some of them speak Mandarin better than me. All right, you're blessed. All right, your mother tongue, Tamil, the tongue twisting. With that, you can speak many languages. All right.
I think that calls for an applause actually for your own selves and for your mother tongue, and of course, different languages. Then
yeah, correct. And you must know your roots. You know, Kung Fu? Jackie Chan, Bruce Lee.
Yeah, we all do.
Yes, where are the roots? The roots are from India. Do you realize?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I don't hear from the kids here.
The students of Puducherry, raise your voice. Come on, we want to hear you.
Yeah. If I don't hear any voice from you, I'm going to pick you up and stand beside me here, eh?
That's like a punishment.
Watch out, huh? Okay, do you know who is Tamo?
Yes. Bodhidharma.
Yeah. Yeah, he bring Kung Fu to China. This is where Shaolin comes about. All right. And your forefathers, do you know that there are many temples in Southeast Asia, Cambodia, you go to Angkor Wat, and stretching all the way even up to Indonesia. All right, now you may know Indonesia as a Muslim country, of many islands. But do you know that your forefathers are so brave? When they go for tourism, they do not insist on Tamil food. During those days, let me repeat, how come you're not laughing? You don't catch my joke? I say that your forefathers, when they go for tourism, when they go conquering the Southeast Asia, they do not insist on Indian food. Unlike now, I do tourism, or most of my customers insist on Tamil food, must be have Tamil meals every day. Although I give them vegetarian food, they say, no, it doesn't suit my taste. I don't know why. So be brave, conquer the world. All right. Hello.
Be brave, conquer the world. Come on, sound avladana Puducherry makkale neenga.
So, just now, all the key dignitaries are talking about, you see the videos, all right, you see a lot of infrastructures, the government is putting money into it. But let me tell you, those are not important. The most important is you. You know why? Because when tourists, all right, talk about international tourists, when they come to your city, they come to your country, they interact. Who do they interact with? The first person they go in will be the taxi lah. Sorry, I'm using Singlish. The first person they go in will be talking with the drivers. All right, they're talking with the food sellers, the drink sellers. So everyone in the city, if you want this city to be geared towards tourism, everybody must have this mindset. You must help foreigners. Foreigners ask you for questions. You must help them. All right, not just including you, but everybody. All right, it's just like, I know you've never been to Thailand, but it's a land of 1,000 smiles because you see everybody smiling. All right, and in fact, this year, June, I went to Kazan, Russia, with brother Gina. So there are many beautiful people there. It wasn't cold, but people don't smile. Beautiful ladies, but they don't smile. I do not know why. Maybe it's a culture. So if you want to gear towards tourism, smile more, be more helpful. These are the things that people will remember. After my tour, after my next few days, I will forget, the monument I'm taking the picture with, but I will not forget the toothless grandmother that smiled at me, who do not speak English, but she handed me a banana, whatever. All right, so these are the takeaway. All right, so you are the software. All right, India is known for software. So human, asset is very important. All right, if I can be, I'm throwing some hint, but nobody's around. If I can be the consultant to your government, I would actually like you guys to be the ambassadors. Station that key attraction area. All right, to help tourists, maybe to wear, some kind of identification. All right, I do not know what is the national color here, and I know the sun is hot, so you wear this. All right, this will be the telltale sign that come to me for help, tourists. So this can be the spiritual place, a wholesome spiritual place. All right, to compete against spiritual place in like Southeast Asia, maybe like Thailand or whatnot. All right, and what else do I miss out? How much time? How much commercial time?
So actually, I wanted to kind of compliment you because you have actually taken up a takeaway rather from Gurudev Sri Ravi Shankarji when he mentioned almost at the conclusion of his speech that spread smile, and that's exactly what you are trying to say. That it is a smile, the warmth which is going to carry forward as an international tourist. And you are the true ambassadors, actually, which you rightly mentioned.
Yes, correct, yes.
So you are the true ambassadors who's going to make them carry forward, and international tourists carry forward the warmth of your place. So basically, you are the true ambassadors. Give it up for yourself. Come on, make a move.
Music, no music. Oh.
No, we can create some music over here.
No.
Ding, 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 ding. Something like that.
Yeah, can.
Or maybe, okay, I'm gonna be singing and he's gonna be dancing.
Hindi, okay, Indian dance.
Indian dance? Like this? Oh, wow, okay.
I used to see this in the movie. Always turn around.
What we can do is, we have a gala dinner in the evening, so maybe we can shake a leg to the Indian dance. Cool? All right, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to continue with our dignitaries who will be joining us shortly. By the way, Lavanya, we kind of forgot to inform them that we have an expo. We have an expo right here at the back of the premises at this auditorium. And that expo actually holds delegates from across the globe who have come up with their forte of tourism from their own respective countries.
Yes, once we finish the speech of our dignitaries, we'll be heading over to the expo, which will lead you to, explore new things about Puducherry, and you can have a, see all the expo stalls we have arranged for you. And then after
would you be interested to visit the expo? And
of course I am. I'm excited to see what is over there. And
but then we have a little tassel over here because she's more keen in visiting the stalls of the expo, and I am more keen in diving into the local food which will be served at the lunch. Who are with me? My supporters here? Our majority. Not to worry, since soon as we dive into the food and we're done with the stomach and our stomach says, okay, I am done, sorted for the day, we can definitely proceed on to the expo where we will be witnessing Puducherry's exceptional beauty. Right?
To mention here, I am also excited to be there in the gala dinner, which is head over to 6:30 p.m. And we are going right there to have every one of you there. And we have to introduce you the cultural and heritage things of Puducherry. And we are very glad to have you all there.
Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, I was mentioning about food. We were mentioning about culture.
Hello.
So we were talking about food and we were talking about culture, we were talking about heritage of Puducherry. Are you aware that we have a food and culture festival which is about to begin? Any idea? Anyone?
Oh, do you know how many days this is going to happen here?
No, I don't know. I'm sure you're going to let me know. You want to inform me about it. So this is going to be for how long? Lavanya?
Yes, there is a food and heritage expo which is going to happen for a few days. You can have a look over that, and it is happening between 14th to 23rd of this month. You can go and have a nice explore over the about Puducherry and everything.
Great. So we're going to be make sure that after you attend this 2-day conference and the 2-day deliberation over here, make sure to attend the expo as well, because that is going to be on a lighter note, and that is where we will explore the food, the culinary of Puducherry, and of course the heritage and tradition as well. Having said all of that, I also do want to know a little more about the festival. Lavanya, if you could elaborate and you could enlighten us.
So culture is something about how do you know about the area, not just the area. You know how to Tamil peslama, Tamil yara irukkalam pesum.
I'm trying to learn.
Okay. தமிழ் கலாச்சாரத்தை பத்தியும் எங்களுடைய பாரம்பரியத்தை பத்தியும் தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும். புதுச்சேரியில என்னென்ன விஷயங்கள்லாம் பாரம்பரியத்துல இருக்கு அப்படிங்கிற நிறைய விஷயங்கள் தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும் அப்படின்னா இந்த எக்ஸ்போ கண்டிப்பா நீங்க எல்லாருமே போய் விசிட் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு எல்லாருமே விருப்பப்படுறோம். ஏன்னா 14ஆம் தேதியில இருந்து 23ஆம் தேதி வரைக்கும் இந்த எக்ஸ்போ நடைபெறுது. புதுவையுடைய கல்ச்சுரல் ஃபெஸ்டிவல் கலாச்சாரத்துக்காகவும் நடைபெறக்கூடிய இந்த ஃபெஸ்டிவல் இந்த ஃபுட் எக்ஸ்போ நடக்குது. அங்க விதவிதமான உணவுகள் சாப்பிடணும், எனக்கு நிறைய ட்ரை பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு விருப்பப்படுறவங்க எல்லாருமே இந்த எக்ஸ்போவையும் கண்டிப்பா பார்வையிடணும்னு எல்லாரையும் சொல்றோம். And sorry, Sylvia, you are from Kolkata. So how excited are you to explore Puducherry, and what do you really like most of the Puducherry?
I'm gonna hit the beach, baby. Trust me, I'm going to do that. I'm kind of waiting for it.
Yes.
And talking about the beaches, very few beaches are explored. Many people doesn't know which aren't explored yet, and we are here to tell you about the many unexplored beach parts.
Lavanya is going to be my encyclopedia for Puducherry exploration, right, Lavanya?
Actually, I am going to explore with you along. Yes.
Hi, मैं कहाँ फंस गई? Nevertheless, all right. So we were talking about the tradition, we're talking about the heritage, we're talking about the food of Puducherry, not to forget the beaches. The beaches, we all are aware that they are they're beautiful, and pretty much most of it are still unexplored, which gives us an opportunity to open up new horizons of tourism to our domestic as well as international guests. All right, we are still waiting for the dignitaries to join us who are they are actually consuming a lot of time at the expo, so you can make sure that that expo is actually one to be there with. Okay, so having said all of that, as I just mentioned, tomorrow is the day 2 of this deliberation, this convention over here, the summit over here. And for tomorrow, Lavanya, what are the agenda, if you could brief us?
Actually, we are going to be having panel discussions about the international tourism. So along with Russia, Cambodia, and Indonesia, many people are coming to have a discussion with us about the Puducherry tourism also, and heritage and cultural, traditional, and everything about Puducherry and how we can collaborate with international tourism team. So here we are to explain you about the food and expo, which is going to happen between 14th to 23rd of this month. There are food products, non-food products, general services, travel and tourism, hospitality, which is going to happen in the mentioned date above. So we are here in made in Puducherry, and street food. What's speciality about street food? Have you been tried in the Puducherry streets?
I am a sucker for filter coffees. That's what I did yesterday when I landed, and I am so eager. What is actually, I have no idea of the street food. Can I have a mic over there with my guests from Puducherry itself who can help me out know Puducherry food better at the back over there? Students, of course. Please enlighten me about the food culture. I would want a lady to speak, please. Can you just please pass on the mic over there? Hanji. Yes, please enlighten me about the food of Puducherry. You're local, right?
No, ma'am.
No, who's a local here? Kirti? Kirti Vasan. If you don't speak now, we don't love Puducherry. So show your love, come on.
Ladies, anyone, please, come on.
Show your love. Nobody loves Puducherry, seriously? This is more like yes.
Hi, ma'am. Did you say street food in Puducherry, right?
Hanji.
Yeah. You like filter coffee, ma'am?
I'm a sucker of it. I just mentioned.
You can try in KBS coffee shop. It's very.
But I don't want to know the shop.
Okay.
We are not propagating or promoting any shop, any brand name over here. What I want to know, what kind of street? Because if you come to my city, Kolkata, I can say, please have Rasgulla.
See, we only say that we love filter coffee. And what is specialty about Puducherry? Other food and something else would be special here. We can say any dishes. What
I'll do, Lavanya, I'll give you my city's favorite food items. You give me your contemporary, okay? So being from the city of Joy, Kolkata, we love fuchka, which is basically we call pani puri or golgappa, okay? We also love rasgulla, which is a sweet. It's not a dessert; it's a sweet meat. And we also love shondish, which is again a sweet. We are very sweet people, as you can see. All right. Okay. And of course, we also love luchi and we love fish. And I think that's the common
in Pondicherry also you have a seafood.
Yes, exactly. I think it's Barpitalia, Bajni. We have something in common over here, the fish. We are fish lovers. So please now tell me, elaborate on the street foods or on the food, the famous food of Puducherry, which I and Lavanya can
Actually, that's a great conversation with the students and everyone. We can move on to the summit.
Absolutely.
So if you would like to,
I'm going to go back to
Puducherry right now. Thank you so much for all the, cheer ups and everything. Thank you so much.
Okay, so finally, I think our dignitaries are here already. And with that, Lavanya, we can move forward to our next keynote speaker over here. Gemma, please help me welcome, as of now, Honorable Gennady Rogalev, the Director and Vice Consul of Russian House, India, on the stage for his keynote address. Can we have a round of applause, everyone? This is the first keynote address after a little breather which we were taking over here.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer of today's International Tourism Summit for inviting us to present Russia, to present Russian tourism. I would like to say a few words about tourism in Russia, and also I would like to say that a lot of Russians choose to holiday in Goa, in India. Just for example, before the COVID time, more than 2 lakhs of Russian tourists came to India and stay in Goa. So I think I'm sure in it that Puducherry has everything to become the so popular direction of tourism place for Russian tourists. I'm sure in it, and I think that this event also will help to organize this interesting and wonderful place, to spread information about this interesting and wonderful place among Russians. So also I would like to invite all Indians to Russia, because during last decades, tourism in Russia has seen rapid growth. Rich cultural heritage and natural rarity place Russia among the most popular tourist destinations in the world. And Russia contains 23 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. I think that all of you know that major tourist routes in Russia include the travel around Golden Ring of ancient cities, also including the cruises on the Volga River, long journeys on the Trans-Siberian Railway. Diverse regions of Russia and ethnic cultures of Russia offer different foods and souvenirs, and show a great variety of traditions, including Russian Maslenitsa, Tatar Sabantu, and other holidays. Tourists from India just required to get a visa, touristic visa to visit Russia. And among Indians, popular tourist destinations in Russia are St. Petersburg and Moscow, recognized as world cities. Moscow and St. Petersburg museums such as Heritage and Tetikov Gallery, theaters including Bolshoi and Mariinsky Theater, and churches such as St. Basil Cathedral, fortifications such as the Moscow Kremlin or Peter and Paul Fortress, squares, Red Square, streets, and other places. So there are a lot of beautiful places in Russia. there are a lot of interesting and wonderful cities, not only Moscow and St. Petersburg. I'm talking about Kazan, Nizhny Novgorod, Ekaterinburg, Novosibirsk, other cities. I think that there are a lot of destinations in Russia that can be interesting for Indians. It's very hard to say just in a few words about Russia, because you can find any kind of tourism in Russia. You can find family tourism. You can find a lot of opportunities for family tourism, for adventure, for mountain climbing or mountain ski, or resorts, or just cultural tourism, or also educational tourism, medicine tourism. So I welcome all of Indians to visit Russia. Before the COVID time, actually, more than 32 million of people visit Russia, arrived in Russia. And just from India, there were more than 1 lakh people every year visit Russia. So I hope that this event also will help to increase, it will help to popularize Russia among local people, among Indians. I would like to wish all the speakers interesting reports, and I hope that this summit, I wish the organizer of the summit a future interesting achievements and future success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Roglev. I would request you to kindly stay back for a while. And yes, we do have a little surprise for all of you. Mr. Roglev, can I please have you back on stage, please? I would also request the Senior Officer Cultural and Relations Russian House from Chennai, Mr. Basha, to kindly join us on stage. And please help me welcome Honorable Shri K. Lakshmi Narayan, the Minister of Tourism, Puducherry, to kindly join us on the stage. And we are eagerly waiting for our chairman, sir, Jimma sir, to kindly join the gentlemen. And at this point of time, everyone, we are here to launch or to release a special booklet. I would request the dignitaries to kindly do the needful. And a round of applause, everyone, kindly. Put your hands together large and loud. I would also request Honorable Minister to kindly present, as a token of appreciation and love, a bouquet to Honorable Gennady Roglev, the Director and Vice Consul of Russian House, India. A huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Kindly be seated. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of the day where we call upon our next keynote speaker. Please put your hands together large and loud for Honorable Shri Karthik Talam, Honorary Consul, Royal Consulate of the Kingdom of Cambodia, on the stage, please. And Puducherry can do much, much better than that, right? Thank you.
Thank you so much for this warm welcome. It's really nice to be amongst all of you, Honorable Minister of Tourism and the organizers and the wonderful students over here. Incidentally, it happens to be the 70th anniversary of India and Cambodia diplomatic relationship today. And I'm glad I'm here to talk about Cambodia. So Cambodia can be called the younger brother of India. We have a lot of historical connection, like the gentleman from Singapore just mentioned. We have almost 2,000 years of history between India and Cambodia. What's common to Puducherry and Cambodia is the way, the Indian way of living, then the spirituality and the colonial legacy of the French. The capital city is Phnom Penh. It's got a beautiful palace of the king, where you can see more than 2 kilometers of Ramayana and Mahabharata paintings over there. And every student in Cambodia learns about the Ramayana and Mahabharata. And some of the places are very Indian. The names of the places are very Indian. Ratnagiri, which is very similar to Ratnagiri. There is another beautiful place called Priya Vihar. It's in a very typical place where when you go up the mountain, you are in Cambodia. When you go down the mountain, you are in Thailand. So, there is a beautiful temple there where the Archaeological Survey of India has sponsored millions of dollars for the restoration. And almost 1,000 years ago, we had Surya Varman II who built the Angkor Wat temple. It is in a temple complex of 407 acres. It is unbelievable to see this. I think it should have been in the 7 wonders of the world. I don't know why it is not in the 7 wonders of the world, but I hope one fine day we'll be successful in doing that. The Indian government donated almost $8.9 million in the 1980s for the restoration of the Angkor Wat temple. Another very interesting part about Cambodia is the script. The script that they write is the Pallava script of the 9th century. Another great thing I can talk about is the character of Apsara, which is highly glorified in Cambodia. There is a particular show which happens for 3 hours where they depict Ramayana, Mahabharata, and the Apsaras, and they have done this more than 2,500 times in Cambodia and in France and Paris. And I would love to ask all of you to visit this beautiful kingdom of Cambodia. The visa is on arrival. It's very simple to go there. They love Indians. A beautiful incident that happened recently was when I was going in the security, I saw somebody saying klung, klung. I was wondering, what is this klung? Klung actually, they did not even check my luggage or anything. It's not because I was a diplomat. He did not know that I was, but they respect Indians so much that they don't even check you at the security. And visa takes only 3 to 4 minutes over there and you're into the country. So please visit Cambodia in large numbers. Thank you for this warm welcome in this lovely place. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, sir. The similarities which you drew between both the countries actually speaks a lot about our relationship. And we're looking forward to make it a little more elaborate and fill in with a lot of love and warmth as well. Having said that, we're going to move on to our So you showed us so much of love and warmth. So we decided that we also need to show you the love which we have for you. Can I please request you to come back on stage once again? And now I would also request our Honorable Chairperson, Mr. Janna, and our Honorable Minister to kindly join us to present a memento as a token of love to our keynote speaker here. We want to make this event for all our keynote speakers very, very special. And that's the reason, apart from the bouquet, we are handing over a very special book to each one of them. And there's a reason for it. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. Let us now move forward to the last keynote speaker and a special address. And soon after that, we're going to break in for lunch. But before that, one very, very important special address coming over. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together, large and loud, for Honorable Janab Zafar Y. Sareshwala, co-founder and CEO of the Persoli Group of Companies, India. Can you make it larger, please? Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, namaskar. Ma'am, it is the biggest disservice to any speaker to call in just before lunch. Because people are waiting and they must be cursing कि भाई ये कब जल्दी जावे, खाना इंतजार करता है. So, but still, you have asked me just before lunch, बहुत नाइंसाफी है.
Sir, क्षमा चाहती हूँ. क्षमा चाहती हूँ. I apologize.
नहीं, ठीक है. Yes, Puducherry is a place for tourism. I mean, it goes without any doubt. I mean, and a place which has, I got the opportunity to see last time. The range and the length of the beach is amazing.
Absolutely.
You'll enjoy.
थैंक यू सर. माजरत, वापस से आपसे माजरत चाहती हूँ. आपको इतने वक्त के लिए आपको हमने रोक के रखा.
So, tourism is one industry which gives multiplying effect to the economy. You know, one tourist comes, which we had worked earlier with our Honorable Prime Minister when he was the Chief Minister. And the thing which we remember about Mr. Modi as Chief Minister, Gujarat was never in that map of tourism at all. I mean, if you go 20, 25 years back, I mean, I had never seen any foreigner descending to Gujarat about 20 years back. Gujarat was mercantile, business, that's it. Not known for food. Mr. Modi started and he brought Mr. Amitabh Bachchan and that tagline, "Ek baar to hamare Gujarat aao." So, Gir was there. I mean, the Gir forest has been there for hundreds of years, but nobody was going. He brought Gir into focus. And that development which happened in Gir, that affected at least 100-kilometer radius of Gir. You know, when people start coming, hotels, and you know, you can't imagine the kind of growth happens with this. Second thing which he brought to the fore was Kutch. I mean, everybody, even we living in Gujarat, always thought Kutch is a desert. But he brought that Kutch, you know, that festival which happens.
The Run of Kutch is
festival.
absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, I also, when I went there, I couldn't imagine the beach which Kutch has, silver sand. And he converted that into an event. So these ideas, and then Gujarat was known once upon a time for kite flying. You know, kite flying, around once upon a time when we used to grow up, after Diwali, till 14th of January, every second person would be on the sky, on the terrace. That slowly started dying out and it became just a one-day event. Mr. Modi started kite flying festival, if you remember, about in 2006-07. And that industry, see, kite flying happened, but this industry, manufacturers of kites were the very low people. He converted that into at least 20 times industry. So I think tourism, and then, you know, people from across the world started descending Ahmedabad in last, you know, those 3 days, 12th to 14th of August. So I think you are in a vantage position. Pondicherry. If you work around it, and three things are very important. The medical tourism, which we have strength in India. You have one of the best hospitals in this region. And second is the spiritual tourism, or I would call the religious tourism. And I take a cue from how the Saudis built Hajj or Umrah as a multi-billion-dollar business. I mean, I would put it that way. So we have temples and so many things. If we give a better infrastructure, why people are going to Saudi Arabia? In Bombay, we also have a weekend Umrah. बोले कहाँ जाते हैं यार उमरा करके आते हैं क्यों they have got the best 7-star hotels around the Kaaba. They have got the best infrastructure around the Kaaba and the Holy Mosque. So they have converted the religious fervor of people into tourism. So you have, I could see some 2-3 temples and they are of very good importance in this region. So you can convert that also. So tourism has tremendous scope, and I always feel that we in India, it has been untapped. And we tap this as an industry. It could be a big money spinner. Not only that, but it will be an employment generating tool like nobody's business. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I would request you to kindly stay back. Sir, अगर आप थोड़ी ज़हमत करके वहाँ पर रुक जाओ. और जैसे कि आप मेंशन कर रहे थे, अमिताभ बच्चन जी ने कहा था कुछ दिन तो गुजारिए गुजरात में, और मैं आपसे दरख्वास्त करूंगी कुछ दिन आप पौंडीचेरी में भी आप बता लें तो यहाँ का भी खुशबू आपको हासिल हो जाए. Having said that, please help me welcome back on stage our Honorable Minister of Tourism of Puducherry, and of course, Jinnah sir. Can I have a round of applause, everyone?
Thank you so much for your speech, sir, because we would really like to take this opportunity as, not only making Puducherry as a tourism icon, but also making India a tourism icon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Yes. And with that, we break into the most important part of the day.
Are you hungry?
We all are. Who's not hungry over here and who still wants to hold back?
Yes, of course.
No hands up. I do.
No one wants to go to lunch.
Everybody wants to go to lunch. Nobody wants to hold back over here. Even probably our minister, sir.
Yes.
Right? Yes, sir. All right. All right. So we're going to break in for lunch over here. But having said that, let me bring to your notice that soon after lunch, we have two most important sessions of the day, which will be conducted. And this will again have very, very eminent panelists joining us who have their own way and own thoughts to share with all of you. So please make sure that you join us. Okay, so please join us in an hour from now. It is almost 1:30. So kindly join us back and assemble here around 2:30 so we can proceed with the first and the second session post-lunch. One more thing. Since we are at the crunch of time, so we will be shrinking this entire session as much as we can, but then be sure that you're going to have great takeaways from both the sessions post-lunch.
Kindly make a note that all the special guests and dignitaries, you can have the lunch in the lecture hall, and others we can have the lunch in the left side of the podium. Please take your lunch.
So kindly proceed towards the designated arena for the lunch, and we shall meet post-lunch in an hour. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for staying back with us and being a part of this monumental summit, the International Tourism Summit of Pondicherry. Thank you.
ரொம்ப வருமா?
Stop.
That needed to stop. Check. Welcome back, everyone. Those who are back. And we are still waiting for the rest to join us. But honestly, we were having a discussion backstage, and I was telling Lavanya how difficult it is to attend a session post-lunch.
Exactly. And we are not letting to anyone to sleep. So we can going to listen a session which is going to be mindful and thoughtful, which is going to help you in a lot of ways.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I'm going to take your opinion. Do you want us to hold back a little longer for the rest to join, or you want us to start because you're already delayed? We'll start? Great, fantastic. All right, so the first session.
Invite everyone on stage, yes. And from the stage they'll come.
All right, so for the first session of the day, it's supremely important. Why do I say so? I say so because this session holds the topic as destination tour and travels.
You know, we had a conversation when we were here and we were conversing with the students of the Puducherry, and also someone special have come here and spoke about many things. I think you all remember him.
Yes, but before we get into that, Lavanya, as I was talking about destination tour and travel, primarily Puducherry has been an ultimate favorite of many tourists, be it international or be it domestic, for the single reason that this is a destination everybody wants to have in a leisure trip in, or maybe have a destination wedding in. So you can actually utilize this place in many more ways which you want. That's completely dependent on you. And for this, ladies and gentlemen, we have some eminent speakers whom we shall be calling and inviting on the dais right now. And they will be individually taking up this topic and presenting their thoughts and views with all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our first panelist, if I may say so. For this session, for our first session, Mr. Yong Long Ang from Lawn Planet PTE Limited, Singapore. Can I have a round of applause to please welcome Mr. Yong Long Ang, especially for the energy and the vibe he has scattered pre-lunch. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for him.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to invite Dr. Hussain Sunny Umar, founder, Maldives Halal Travels Maldives. Kindly come up on stage, please.
जैसे ये हमें ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, तालियों की बौछार ऐसे ही बनाए रखें, क्योंकि अब हम दावत देने वाले हैं जनाब मोहम्मद अफजल को, the MD of Parveen Travels India. Can I have a round of applause in welcoming Janab Mohammed Afzal, the MD of Parveen Travels India? Well, I got to say, you had lunch, so your energy should be a little higher. Yeah. So the applause should be a little louder. Don't you think so? Come on, make that louder, please. Thank you so much.
We would like to invite Mr. Yedla Venkatarao, Head of the Department of Tourism Studies, Puducherry University. Kindly come up on stage, please. Mr. Yedla Venkatarao.
Yeah, he's going to join us soon. And let us proceed to our next speaker. Please help me welcome Mr. Shaktivel from Frenchtown 360. Can I have a round of applause in welcoming him?
And our next keynote speaker, Dr. Isaac Joseph D. Raja, Adipolabs, Malaysia. Kindly come up on stage, please.
इनके लिए भी जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. I'm going to be calling him once again on stage. Please help me welcome all right, please help me welcome Mr. Basha from the I think pretty much an apt person to begin off, to hit off this test session will be Mr. Yong Long Ang. So can I please invite you at the podium to share your thoughts.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm having the privilege to be the first speaker because I know probably you will doze off after the third or fourth. But okay, keep yourself awake. Okay, to begin with, Malikum. Puducherry ku Varoge. I hope I speak correctly. And what is this? Normaidin. Did I speak correctly? Russian language. Good afternoon. Well, wrong. Oh, sorry. Google Translate. This morning I was preparing. Good morning.
Mr. Yong Longi, உங்களையும் புதுச்சேரி வரவேற்பதில் மிக்க மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறது. நன்றி.
Oh, that's too fast for me. Let me see. Okay, hi. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. All right. Can I have the slides up? Yeah. Just next. No, the pictures, the photos. Okay, yeah. So actually, my presentation today is about me being a DMC. I operate a travel agency in Singapore. So my purpose here today is to speak about why choose me, and then you know, what is it about Singapore? What is it about Vietnam that is attractive? And last night I went to the seaside, and yesterday afternoon I have the privilege of going shopping with two gentlemen. And on the spare time that I have, I roam the streets, and these are the photos that I capture. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, okay. Next. Okay, next. Okay. So anyway, this guy, you know, he's willing to allow me to take photos. So I bought some groceries and I give them to the driver who is accompanying me, you know. So it's a win-win for both. Okay, so the reason why I have these slides up to you is very normal. Okay, but to us as a foreigner, it is interesting. All right, to be immersed in the chaotic atmosphere, to be attracted and you know, immersed in the many colors, all right, of your city. All right, so these are the important things that we are looking for. All right, so these may be the things that how should I say, at a high level they may be missing out. All right, means to say that of course they will be planning infrastructures and all that, which I mentioned just now during my commercial break. The students, where are the students? Yo, Tambi, where are your friends? Half of them are gone. Didn't you tell them I'm back again? Can you message them now? Hello? Message them, get them back. Okay, so where was I? Where did I stop? Okay, I'm saying that other than the monuments and the seaside, okay, these are the things that we are interested in. The tourists will look at it. All right, foreigners are interested. Just like you come to Singapore, you go to our attractions, the Universal Studio, you know, it's kind of like a Disneyland thing. All right, those man-made merry-go-round and all that. So over here, there are natural things that foreigners like to see. They like to get involved in. All right, as I mentioned to you, these are the things, these are the takeaway that they will remember. All right, so why do I touch on this before I, you know, move on into Vietnam and Singapore? Because I remember where is my brother Gina? Where is he? He's not around. Okay. First of all, I must thank him to let me have this wonderful opportunity to be at this first summit by Puducherry Travel Summit, and wonderful opportunity to know you ladies. You are very energetic. Yeah. All right. And then I see I must wear my glasses now. I cannot see. Okay. So this place, all right, it has certain features, natural features that you have to capitalize on. All right. But having said that, it's nothing new. It's nothing. Having a seaside is not. It is not. Oh, sorry. What I'm trying to say here is that I want to give before I receive. All right, because I'm at the receiving end, right? I'm going to take tourists. I'm going to take Indians coming to Singapore, to Vietnam. So before I go into that, I want to give. This is why I'm giving. I'm giving tips. Hopefully, these are the tips that will be seriously considered. All right, meaning to say that I want to give back, to give you ideas about how you can make this an attractive place. And as I mentioned just now, every Puducherry resident should be geared towards tourism. All right, so this has to be instilled into them. All right, being friendly to foreigners. When foreigners look for direction, it doesn't mean that they need to speak our language. Of course, we cannot expect that. But the smile on their face, their eagerness to assist us, most of the time will be, looking for direction, that kind of stuff. And then this is very important. All right. So the part about Puducherry is that I think earlier on the Minister of Tourism has mentioned this is a place for spiritual, this is a place for rejuvenation, all right, yoga and all that. So hopefully we can get all these things together, all right, and together with the infrastructure, this place will boom. All right. It means to say we have to position Puducherry as a place for relax. All right, relaxation, and you have the seaside beside you. All right, and you have to make this place friendly to oversee foreigners. And one of the things that the new generation, the young ambassadors can do is to really pick up another language. Honestly, all right. So they will help in a great way to boost up this place. All right, next slide. So now I'm coming to Vietnam and Singapore. All right. So, guys, look at my queue. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Vietnam. So in Vietnam, the central Vietnam was occupied by Tamils centuries ago. All right. So even the paddy field, the way in Vietnam, how they plant the rice and all that. Okay, stop here. You see Da Nang in the central Vietnam. Yeah, so this place is beautiful, Huy. So they have French, Chinese culture over there. There are buildings and all that. So this place was occupied by the Tamils. And then later on, what happened is that there were some fightings with the northern Vietnamese, and they ran downwards to Ho Chi Minh. So in Ho Chi Minh, you can see many temples also. And there's a famous temple in, this is a temple in Ho Chi Minh, all right? So in fact, some of the Vietnamese, you see them, they are a little bit dark, and they have more bodily, it's not like me, they have more beer and all that. So I think they have some blood from Tamils, all right? Okay, so this is a famous temple, but it's not so, how should I say, it's not really promoted a lot, so not many people know about it. It is even as old as Angkor Wat in Cambodia, all right? Okay, so Hanoi is a place it's a city whereby you have many lakes, all right? So the famous place in Hanoi is Halong Bay, all right? Something like the Gulf, all right? So you got many limestone structures, something like in Phuket and all that, all right? So next. Okay, this is a Halong Bay, all right? So, okay, so I will not, just run the slide, guys, no problem. Just run it up slowly, all right? So in Vietnam, it is our 4 season, all right? So in the northern part, they have 4 season. That means to say during now, October, November, you'll be kind of like autumn, all right? So they're going to, and then when it comes to winter, there's no snow, but you'll be very cold. You'll be about 9 degrees and all that. So Vietnam being a narrow country, you can go to the seaside in the morning, and then by tomorrow you can go to the mountain. So that is something something quite unique about that. All right. So Singapore, I will not touch on much because I think everybody knows about Singapore. What I'm going to touch on is me. Why me? All right. So I do integrated services. That means to say that you can come to Singapore and I can push you off to Malaysia, Thailand as a one whole package. And of course, the other thing is that I know about my country. I also know my customers. All right, Indians. I know your the things that you like. All right. So I'm able to cater for things that is suitable for you guys. And then before I finish this thing, I would like to say that if I have opportunity to work with the travel agents here, I like to learn from you. I also hope that you learn from me, meaning to say that you do not give quotation just based on copy and paste, all right? You really learn about the destination that you're going to recommend to your customers. So what are the unique things and all that? And then you know that Singapore is a safe country. You can even come up with new products. Example, kind of like all women group, women and family, sorry, women and elderly. All right, so the husbands are busy. You can come traveling with a group of your lady friends, all right, with your parents or with your in-laws. All right, so Singapore is a safe country for you to do that. So there are many things that can be done. And with that, before I end, is there any question from the floor? Kids, hello. No question? Sure. Okay, I think that's about all. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And honestly, Mr. An, I really wanted to compliment you because the first thing you started off with is by giving. And that showed what kind of warmth you're carrying from your country, Singapore. Can I have a round of applause as when he has decided to come over here and to spread happiness, to spread the warmth, and to give in the first place before he receives anything from here. I think that kind of teaches us a lesson as well. Having said that, please let us move forward to our next speaker over here. Please help me welcome Dr. Hussain Sani Omar, the founder of Maldives Halal Travels Maldives. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए इनकी इज्जत अफजाई के लिए.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Jina, for inviting me to this fabulous event. It's my first time in Puducherry, but not first time in India. Maldives and India is very close. Just we can go 45 minutes to Trivandrum, 2 hours to Bangalore. Just a small information about myself. I am a very unusual name in Maldives, Sani. Because Maldives is 100% Muslim country. My mother watches a lot of Bollywood. Now you can find why my name is Sani, from Sunny Deol. So, हम थोड़ा हिंदी में बात कर सकते हैं भी, थोड़ा थोड़ा मालूम है हिंदी, देखते हैं बॉलीवुड के सारे फिल्में भी देखते हैं, but we normally study and do everything in English in our school. We have a different language in Maldives called Divehi, which we share similar terms and everything. Now, Maldives, there was a very interesting time in 2020. One of the earliest country in Asia to open after the COVID. So when there's someone celebrity missing in India, we get a call. So can you check if Aishwarya or Salman Khan is there, because we have a notice here, or we are trying to look for him. So that much of Indian celebrities and popular artists are every time going to Maldives. And in 2020 and 2021, the most visited number of arrivals were from India, because we have Indigo Airlines and Go Air and all the other airlines operating. Now, with those connections, we have also Taj Resorts, and we have Chedai, which came and left a bit earlier, which are the 3 resorts. So in Maldives, there are 3 types. One is the top luxury resort. The uniqueness of this luxury resort is a small island. I mean, it is so small, roughly around 200 people can live in there. So if you are in one end of the island, you can see the other side. So in these islands, the uniqueness is like here in any hotel, you can go and visit these resort hotels. But in Maldives, even the employees, they need to get a prior reservation just to go in there, because every single person is checked. So there's 100% privacy, crime free and everything. And maybe that's the reason it's a bit easier for us to open after COVID. Now, the other one is, since there are a lot of students here, I studied doctorate in business admin. I'm not a medical doctor. लेकिन मेरे माँ ने कहा बच्चा मेरा बेटा doctor बनेगा, but I was a different doctor. So when I studied my doctorate, since you guys are mostly postgraduate, I think, so it was an event for me, a journey for me that I didn't like to study. I never liked, still I don't like to study. But I had a goal to do something better in my life. So it was predestined for me. I didn't care about anything else. I was focusing. It took me around 11 years in Malaysia to complete all the topics, like degree, master degree, and PhD and everything. So I think though, if it helps for the students here. My last point is about interesting story again. So now, right now I'm focusing, I have 2 agencies. One is Get Me to Maldives, which is a conventional tourism. The other one is Maldives Halal Travel. So Halal Travel is very interesting. While I was researching my topic, I found out about Patanjali. So Patanjali is a very big company in India, I think worth 2 billion or something, by Baba Ramdev. So I was very fascinated by this story. So I was looking into it. They're making so many herbal and nutrition and so many other products. So I was thinking, how do they sell this to other countries? So how are they making money? Or maybe is this a worth business? So when I look into it, almost in every country in the world, there's some Indian race is there in somewhere. So these are the customers. Even in India, there's 1.3 billion. So it's a lot of customers. So like that, I was wondering, in global mall, there's 1.9 billion Muslims. So what are we providing for them? So Maldives is 100% Muslim country, but all 99.9 resorts are focusing on the European market. So my goal for now is to target the Middle Eastern market and the Arab nation, mostly the GCC segment. Luckily, the Russian ambassador is also here. So I noticed Kazan is a big Muslim area. And there was a summit, but unfortunately, Maldives came to lockdown when Jinnah was operating it. So Kazan, I think they have 11 million Muslims in Russia. And when I went to US, they had 10 million Muslims in US. So it's a huge market. They are looking for a lot of products. So my goal is to target some segment from this area. So that's about it for us. There is any question.
Sunny Baji, you are heavily influenced by the Bollywood. हालांकि आपने जैसे यहाँ पे बताया 2020 में ही Bollywood celebrities अगर कहीं missing होते थे, we knew they were in the Maldives. The first call was made to them. But I see the 2-year actually made a huge influence and impact on you as a person as well. And as you rightly said, they're also targeting the UAE. So the next tagline will be, Wallah Habibi, come to Maldives and not Dubai, right?
There's a TikTok going on like that, right?
Oh, lovely. Kindly connect me to that as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. That was definitely very informative and definitely brought a lot of smiles. And that actually calls in for a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, let us move forward and please help me invite to this podium Janab Muhammad Afzal, the MD of Parveen Travels India. So can I please have you?
Happy afternoon. Happy afternoon. Yeah. Okay. Because I know after food, everybody will start getting drowsy. Well, I came out with a different topic because I knew that every person in the dais is going to talk about his own industry and his own country for tourism. I came with a topic wherein we need to understand exactly how this tourism evolves and what are the stumbling blocks in every destination which needs to be addressed. And today, next slide, please. Next. So our Honorable Prime Minister's 5 T's formula for reviving brand India is talent, tradition, tourism, trade, and technology. So if you see, all these 5 put together can give a strong brand to any country if we just follow these. National talent, teacher training programs, Film and Television Institutes of India, and FOMO, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, are there for promoting and educating the young generation. Tradition, Hastakala Academy for Textiles, Pashmina Promotion Program, National Mission on Pilgrimage Regeneration and Spiritual Augmentation, National Heritage City Development and Augmentation Yojana, Sarnath Gaya Varanasi Buddhist Circuit, Namani Ganga. Tourism, e-visa facility at 9 airports, 50 tourist circuits around specific themes like archaeology, heritage, culture, spiritual, Himalayas, desert, coasts, medicine, Ayurveda, and modern medicine. And of course, trade. All government departments integrated to e-biz platform. Revival and operationalization of SEZs, trade facilitations, Center for Textiles, 6 more textiles clusters, and technology, which plays a major role in today's world. Digital India Program, National Rural Internet and Technology Mission, setting up of virtual classrooms, technology research centers. Next. So let us only talk about the travel and tourism. One of the world's most important economic sectors, and it employs 1 in every 10 people on earth and provides livelihood to hundreds of millions more. The key influences for a tourism destination is 5A: attraction, accessibility, amenities, accommodation, and activities. I don't want to go into all these files because maybe it will take a long time. I have been given a short time, it's okay. Maybe next. Factors influencing travel and tourism are distance, availability, schedule, frequency, route, convenience, speed, price, reliability, safety, and security, quality of service, type of tour, and recreation. So all these will be very much informative for the students here. Freedom to choose mode west with tourist multimodal importance. Go back. It is better to ensure a multimodal transport system aimed at tourists is suited in destinations. Every destinations will have different transport options because some have a good road network. Rail transport may also be of high standard, like airport terminals, seaport may be an option. Public transport as well as dedicated tourist transport mechanism are found in most tourist destinations. An integrated transport network can enable a tourist to visit destinations and enjoy tourism with minimum difficulties associated with changing transport and separate bookings for a different transport type. Different form of transport may be used, a single contract or ticket, can often be enough to travel the entire journey, making it more straightforward for the tourists. Next. Efficiency of the public transport is critical for any tourism development. Energy efficiency, alternate energy, emission efficiency, load factor efficiency. Modal shifts from car to walking or cycling, from cars to urban rail transport, from cars to public transport, buses and rail. Intramodality, large share of buses and rail transport of total transport chain. Better interconnections between walking, cycling, buses and rail transport. Sustainable development for public transport as a core, spatial localization and restructuring to reduce mobility demand. Coordinated land use and transport planning to reduce mobility demands. Today we are speaking about reducing the carbon footprints. So we need to all join together in working out various modalities on bringing in e-vehicles for the future. Next. One such case study wherein the multimodal transport system has been very much successful is Madeira in France. Here they transport 22 million passenger packs per year in Funchal. They transport additional 1.5 packs per year in inter-urban service. Furthermore, they provide tourism and rental service. By car, if you see the multimodal system, by car it is 49%, by public transport it is 34%, and by moped and cycle and walk is about 17%. So this is how we need to bring in a mix and combination of different type of modal transport in order to cover the entire tourism gambit. What is the way forward for promotion of tourism in India? India has a huge shortage of buses. If you compare with various countries, India has 1.2 buses per 1,000 population. Whereas if you see in Thailand, it is about 8.6 buses. In South Africa, it is 6.5. Russia, it is 6.1. And Australia, it is about 4 buses per 1,000. And if you really see here, the government or the ministry or the departments are more keen about taxing the vehicles rather than doing and giving an opportunity to do the ease of business by promoting tourism in the way of tax concessions. Here, unfortunately, buses are the last ones which are given importance. Wherever the traffic jam or issues happen, first thing to be stopped is only buses. So instead of promoting buses and bringing in more passenger transport effective, it is the other way around where the tourism gets really impacted on. Next. You can go to the next, the other one. The investment priorities in any tourism country is more on the airports and less on the bus stations. If you see, as an example was taken at airport of Bhopal of 2,000 acres land, the cost is about 1,150 crores invested to serve 5,000 passengers per day. And in the same Bhopal, if you see, just in 10,000 land of 5 acres serves more than 1 lakh passengers a day. So this is how the calculations are done, wherein we really miss out the main crux of promoting tourism. Next slide. How do we decongest and carry more people in the same road? If you see, road space per person, 50 car is against 5 buses. So if you watch the pollution and other parameters, more the vehicles, more the pollution, more the traffic congestions. So these are the areas where we need to really focus on, wherein we can bring in the ease of promoting tourism and comfort for the traveling tourists. maybe next we can go to the challenges. Top challenges faced in the travel industry and tourism. Tourism has become more expensive pertaining to taxes such as high road tax, fuel tax, toll tax, and interstate checkpost delays. Various taxes are levied across the entire industry, right from tour operators, transporters, airline industries to hotels. These include service tax, luxury tax, tax on transportation, tax on aviation fuel, and various taxes on transportation. Reducing motor vehicle tax on buses, travel marketing infrastructure issues, safety and security, and cross-border regulations, tourism spots and tourism police to be formed, full-time illumination and safe walking pathways to be formed, parking slots for buses and perennial cars, tourism destinations to be done, month-wise local events calendar to be created. Financial issues are major challenges that is holding back the development of tourism after this pandemic. Global uncertainty, airline cost, infrastructural development on multimodal transport system in all tourism spots. Next. Efforts taken to promote travel tourism. The ministry has launched webinars on online pledge quiz programs to generate awareness among the public about the country and its tourism destinations. Launch of tourist e-visas, promotion of destination through the campaign across the globe, participation in major international tourism and travel fairs, establishing national, state, and local level planning and monitoring body like TRAI and IRDA. 25% of the road budget to be given to develop the infrastructure of buses. Reduce the motor vehicle tax. All government schemes, money to be provided on basis of passengers served by each mode. STU and private bus operators shall work together for betterment of tourism. To promote electric mobility, taking private operators' participation is an essential one. Next. Well, with this, I would like to complete my message to the tourism industry that, as it is rightly said, tourism is connecting the world. And today, every second person in the entire world, out of 110 people, is a tourist, one of the employees of tourism department. So we should all join together, create a good global relationship, and try to promote tourism in the best way possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed Absal, sir. அடுத்ததாக இங்கு தன்னுடைய உரையை வழங்க வருவதற்காக மிஸ்டர் எட்லா வெங்கட்ராவ் அவர்களை வருமாறு அழைக்கிறோம்.
So, very good noon to all of you. Dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, invited guests, students, media, and officials of Government of Puducherry. I am here from Puducherry University Department of Tourism Studies, where we are offering MBA Tourism. With me, my colleague, Professor Sambat Kumar Swain, and Dr. Sibi, and my students who are pursuing MBA Tourism. Before I just share my thoughts on this particular panel theme, I would like to tell one fact that as far as tourism education is concerned, in India, Puducherry University is a pioneer in terms of age, teaching, and research. Our students are there with industry across, And our scholars are there in India and abroad in teaching professions. This is in a very brief about our department. Let me just come to the theme that was given for this panel: destination and travel. I just took the word destination and linked with United Nations World Tourism Organization, the current theme, rethinking tourism. Entire world celebrated World Tourism Day on 27th September on the theme, rethinking tourism. Fortunately, thank to God, we are now started experiencing normal conditions after close to 2 years, a kind of devastating situation because of COVID-19. Coming to tourism industry, tourism and hospitality, it is completely up and down. Just look at any international reports, McKinsey reports, or World Economic Forum reports, UNWTO reports. We all witnessed that how badly the industry affected. And it is the time to rethink and rebuild the image of our tourism destinations. Because for the last couple of decades, international forums are talking about sustainable tourism. When we look at destinations during lockdown, some of the reports favorably reported, stating that destinations relaxed without over tourism, and climate is so clean and environment is without any pollution. Let us think it is an opportunity for us to rebuild and reorient the destination's image towards the better tourism, as we all accepting the spirit of tourism. It is for promoting peace and brotherlyhoodness among the world community. Now let us look at Puducherry as a destination. When we look at any destination, tourism destination, it is a product for us. The product of the Puducherry tourism destination, the tagline is peaceful Puducherry, give time a break. It was started the campaign almost all 2 decades back. And we all know that the businesses in tourism, it is at par with any other fast growing businesses like IT industries. And this business also has its own life cycle. Look at destinations life cycle. We have theory which shows that there is a saturation point. And even any kind of business, it is coming out with renovations and regeneration of regenerative the models time to time. Even look at the Tata logo sometime back and today. And look at the LIC, the logo sometime back and today. And you will find similarly, there are so many changes as far as the branding and image is concerned. Time to time, we are changing the brand images. And I'm just looking at Puducherry, last 25 years, what happened. And now we have reached a stage where we could see in Puducherry, we have very mass tourism, and it is very quantitative tourism. There is no qualitative tourism. Quantitative tourism in the sense it is lastly the weekend tourism. And we all know that the Puducherry biggest problem as far as tourism is concerned, there is no week-long tourism. The tourists are not coming and staying here not more than 2 days. in that context, how the destination is going to get benefited out of the tourists, which are actually the floating in the weekend. If you look at weekend, even the day visitors, when you just count, it is more than 50,000. The day visitors, just they come and then go back. And then as far as annual report, annual statistics are concerned, as Minister was mentioning about, it is 18 to 19 lakh. And whereas the population of Puducherry put together all, it is not more than 14 lakh. That means our tourist arrival is more than the population of Tuti. So that means there is a big challenge, whatever the tourists who are actually coming to the destinations, so whether they're really qualitative and how much time they're spending and how the hotel rooms are filled and how the destination is actually getting the revenue out of the tourist visits. These are the certain questions. On that, I have a model here based on my research and then the various studies. I just developed a kind of rethink and rebrand the image of Puducherry. So here I have the 7 slides are there. I'm just going to share the 7 slides in very briefly. So then you can just think and then you may just continue the thought process so that we can come out with the new brand image for Puducherry tourism. When you look at the differentiation of the tourism destinations, the days have gone. Right? So we used to develop the destinations, attractions without much difference between the destinations. Now take 2 destinations like Taj Mahal and then Great Wall of China. Both are the wonders of the world. But now there is a competition between the destinations. Which destination is going to attract more number of tourists? And what basis a destination has its own sustained attractions? That is the $1 billion questions. Now there is a competition among the destinations, and then the promoting destination in a sustainable way, and then sustaining the attractions of the destinations. That is going to be a big challenge for destination management authorities, that is the governments, and then the tourism departments. Next. Then when you look at the sustainability of destinations, so only one thing that we can just rely based on the competitive advantage, the identifying the core competency of the destinations. What are the core competencies? Because every place is so unique. I'm sorry to defer some of the statements made by some experts like, no, let us make Puducherry as a Singapore. I don't think that the Puducherry can become a Singapore. Puducherry should be Puducherry, because Puducherry has its own the core competency. Puducherry has its own core unique selling propositions, right? That may be French connections, that may be heritage, that may be culture, that food, or even whatever it is, the spiritual, whatever that we are talking. So that is the strength, and then the wealth, and that is the main property of the Puducherry. So it is better to build based on our the core competencies, and if you build and develop the destinations based on your core competencies, that is going to give you the sustainability, and you can just take the destinations for a long, and then you can give a wonderful experience for the tourists who are visiting. Because we are even the day will come, because already some of the destinations the world is witnessing, and the local community, they don't want tourism. Right? And you take Venice, you take some parts in even the Greece. So the local community, they don't want tourism. Are we going to move towards that? Because since I'm academicians, I'm always look at the research. I'm always look at the perception of the visitors, and then the stakeholders. Right? So if you look at from that perspective, then how we are going to see the true successful model among the stakeholders. So here, so what I just look at the Puducherry, so relying on the core competency is going to be a sustainable model for Puducherry tourism development. Next. Then coming to the personality of the brand and the brand image of the destinations. So what is actually the Puducherry? When you just look at the Puducherry, the name, then we are getting some kind of identity. So morning the anchor was mentioning about Calcutta city. The moment you just look at the Calcutta city, it comes the joy. So you are getting the feeling of the joy. And when you look at the Paris, you are getting the brand of romantic. This kind of the branding is required. So because that is going to be very unique, and no others can imitate, because that is your core strength. Right? So let us just believe on the destination's personality, that we are building and building the brand based on the personality, because it is like identifying the human metaphor. right? I am just identifying myself with the destination. So that kind of psychological contract is required between the destinations and then the tourist. So that kind of the brand image is going to give the competitive advantage for tourism destinations. Otherwise, what happens, even now, we are some extent happy that we are getting weekend the tourists from Chennai and then the Bangalore. So now Arcad is coming out with the different attractions, and then Bangalore crowd is going to the Arcad near Salem. And then at the same time, if you look at Mahabalipuram, which is emerging as a luxurious destinations, and the people are just going to the Mahabalipuram, they will not come to the Puducherry. Why people will come to Puducherry? So what is that so special, right? The beaches are there, and how the Puducherry beaches are special and then different from the maybe look at the Kerala, look at the beaches in even Tamil Nadu, Marina Beach. So there we have to develop our uniqueness and very unique selling propositions for our destinations, right? Then look at some of the studies that we have observed, because as a part of our academic work, we have done some empirical studies. Based on that, we identified what is actually the personality and brand of the Puducherry based on its core competencies. We found that, and even I referred number of studies, and most of the studies they came out with their findings that the peacefulness dimensions. So that maybe, as many experts agreed that now it is the time to look at Puducherry as a spiritual destinations. Right? It is not that weekend destinations. We are just coming from the two destinations only. That is not going to be sustained destinations, right? So from that perspective, you can see the core competencies of Puducherry, the tourism, as I am learning from morning, and even the same thing I felt, and then it is there in my presentation also. So look at the first thing is the historical background of Puducherry for last centuries, 2-3 centuries, and then the core competency of the Puducherry is the historical background. So why can't we just look at historical background is our strength, right? Maybe Portuguese, maybe Dutch, maybe French, or maybe British. So 4 different different types of the foreigners rule Puducherry. And now there is a product called In Search of Roots. In Search of Roots, there is the tour package, and maybe people from different parts of Europe, they may just visit Puducherry to find out their ancestors who ruled this place. So we need to come out with very innovative and then creative the tour packages as far as the core competence of Puducherry is concerned. Then look at the spiritual tourism, as I was mentioning about the Puducherry is known for Jiva Samadhis, Siddhas. Right, and there are 16 to 17 Jiva Samadhis, including our Aurobindo. And then, if you look at the Aurobindo, the wheel, you can see that it is something uniting the entire, the global, the humanity, the global community. Because rightly, the Jinnah sir mentioned about uniting. The tourism is going to unite the world community. Right, and how it is. So we have here the inbuilt and then inherent, the internationally and then globally connected. The philosophy is there, and then ideology is there. So why can't we just promote that? Why can't we use it our core competency? Even no one can imitate that. No destination can imitate whatever that we have here. So that is one important aspect. Then look at the culture and the heritage. Then whatever that cultural heritage that we have in Puducherry, that is so unique. And for entire India, India is the second largest population. If anyone wants to experience the French culture and French heritage, French cuisines, and the only the place is Puducherry, and it is gateway to the France. You can see the France through Puducherry as a lens. Right, so we need to just look at that and then the promote tourism, and then look at the medical tourism. Of course, we have JIPMER and another 6-7 medical colleges are there, and then we need a kind of integration among all the things, and then we can come out with. And the government also has a wonderful plan to develop the beaches and then beach properties with the star categories. So once we just develop a kind of medical hub here, then maybe retreat and then the curing centers can become a kind of beachside properties. So that is another the huge potential. Yeah. Just going to complete. So then next slide, please. Then we have the wellness and then then you have water-based the sports activities, and there I have again planned, because all the things I have just mentioned based on the tourism policy that I prepared for the government. And then finally you can see that the food tourism and then film tourism, these are the core competencies, unique, so very special for Pondicherry. Even the heritage town, the photography, the locations, so nowhere you will find, because there are different occasions to shoot in that locations. That is so unique. And then as far as food is also concerned, it is very, very Indo-French and then even Tamil, the culture oriented, the authentic and the ethnic food is available. So that we need to provide. So then finally, it is a last slide. I'll take just only 1 minute. And then ultimately, what I want to share, and then I just request all of you to think on this. Rebuilding and then reorientation of tourism destination is supposed to be based on the core competencies. And then so just whatever I have mentioned, those are our core competencies. And then the quality visitors, very important. The visitors who are actually staying for long, that is very essential. And then restructuring the brand image, that is a peaceful Puducherry, and then give time a break. It is a time for restructuring of that the campaigns, logos. So here I have small idea to say that yes, it is a peaceful Puducherry. When we talk about the peaceful Puducherry, it is not going to include everything that we are discussing here as a core competency. To just bring the totality of the core competencies in the destinations, just I added powerful. So you can say that the powerful Puducherry are peace, and then powerful Puducherry, and then instead of give time a break, because this is reflecting only leisure destinations, because no longer tourism in Puducherry is going to be leisure destinations. It has to be spiritual and then medical and then other attractions which are very sustainable in nature, and we need to continue that, right? So where I want to just show you my new slogan, I want to see the earlier slide, just a minute. Yeah, so the last one you can see the powerful Puducherry, and then I have a tagline like lighthouse of life. Lighthouse of life in the sense which includes the destinations, beach destinations, as well as the spiritual orientation in terms of regenerations, and then recollection, and then reorienting and human with the philosophy of what is what from the spiritual point of view, right? These are the things that I would like to share before all of you as a part of rethinking and rebuilding the image of the Pondicherry destinations in days to come. Maybe in another 20-25 years, we need to target in that fashion. Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edla Venkat Rao Garu, Head of the Department of Tourism Studies in Puducherry University, India. அடுத்ததாக இந்த உரையாடல் நிகழ்த்துவதற்காக மிஸ்டர் சக்திவேல் French Town 360 அவர்களை வருமாறு அழைக்கிறோம்.
அனைவருக்கும் மாலை வணக்கம். முதல்ல வரவேற்பு மட்டும் தமிழ்ல சொல்றோம், அப்புறம் இங்கிலீஷ்ல பேசலாம். நம்ம நிறைய இங்கிலீஷ்ல பேசிட்டோம். So we start. Sir, first photo, Hasan. Okay, so I like to thank Mr. Mohammed Jinnah sir to always is supporting us for French Town 360. So இந்த இடத்தை நான் அவருக்காக first slide அவரு தான் போடணும்னு நினைச்சேன். So I really thank you sir. Thank you for this great opportunity and to making us to get this wonderful way. So next number PPT kulla poila, very short presentation. Next. And this is about, I'm going to talk about the huge potential still untapped. Normally the speaker who is coming in the second or third speaker, before the expertise when they talk, they used to take all the points. And we don't get scoring, we don't get marks. So that's the way even Faisal sir and Rao sir, all are very experienced in this industry. So we are just a small player as an inbound tour operator. Now you can see the figure, how much we are getting the footfalls continuously to the Pondicherry. Almost the post-COVID and before COVID, there is a difference we are seeing. So this is the source we are getting from the Hindu, and this article is published recently in 2020. So accordingly, we can plan for the business model. I'm here to discuss about the business model and the revenue model, how it is going to work. Next. This is our company name. Actually, French Town, normally we used to call White Town in this area, the French grid. So we used to call French Town. So that's why you branded take the same city geographically it is indicated. Next. So obviously everyone know how the drone is going to be influenced in this society. But the point is where the drone will start influencing only tourism industry, that it will start influencing everywhere. It will start from only tourism industry. That is we have some data. I will share you later. This is about only the overview about how it's going to be next. And this is about again the public transportations. It's going to be very important. In 2030, Puducherry will need the public transport system and the circular routes like existing in somewhere major metro cities. And scope one, we have water sports. And recently, government of Puducherry has framed a policy called water sports policy. They framed in 2018. And those who are ready to invest in Puducherry in water sports kind of category area, and government has very easy to facilitate to giving the proposal and everything. And second thing, that the theme parks also, we are just because we have nearby only MGM in Pondicherry, there is no theme park. If any investor here to establish a theme park, and the government of Puducherry by our inbound operator, we are ready to facilitate that. And as well, cruises also, which still it is controversy in Puducherry, but we try to bring cruises also in future. Next. This is a lot of potential and scope for the startup and enterprises also. Those who are doing in tourism, UG and PG, the startup, they can start here in this. Almost we are getting 40,000 footfalls per week. So according to that, you think about across we had a kiosk in that Puducherry areas, and we had collected data. According to data from these states, we are getting in domestically. So there is one to share. And Middle East already we connected. So we are getting that FTRAs also more. Next. And the data which is Rao said expected with us. So we have data. We are collected. In the ground we collected. And right now we have registered and official hotels are 458 hotels in Puducherry, and average 25 rooms per hotel. And post-COVID, the number of rooms have been drastically increased. Existing it was 7,500, now the 1,400 plus. Now it's getting little more. And weekends and weekdays, the revenue of the only accommodation through some crores of in INR we're getting, and approximately 100 crore per month. Okay, that is about hotel alone direct revenue to the government. Last year we received taxes about 1,106 crore only by the central excise, the what's called taxes on liquids. So major revenue we got from the 1,000 crore plus, the first time in the history by this, but that is why I didn't mention that matter into this slide. Okay, and sir, please last short Next, in addition to that, எங்கெல்லாம் players இருக்காங்க பாருங்க, நம்மளுடைய தமிழ்நாட்டுக்குள்ள இருக்கக்கூடிய players. தமிழ்நாடு obviously வந்து நமக்கு வந்து ஒரு transit தான். Most of the players வந்து நம்மளுடைய different area தான். Next. Person, those who are staying here in Puducherry, they're spending one night staying 900 to maximum 1,500 on weekdays. Weekends they are spending 1,800 to 1,500 to maximum 4,500 rupees. Fine dining about 250 to 450 per person, and average food delivery billing on 100 to 1,200, and average one on Swiggy and Zomato, the differences. Next. So logistic connectivity, we have everything. Domestic, we have scheduled flights, 2 flights. One for the Telangana, the one is for Bangalore we are getting. International for the planning, authorities are giving approval for the officially, and the land acquisition work is done. Almost we are expecting the international airport by 2024. All other connectivity already exists. Next. Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Your dedicated data and your specific information which you just provided, especially when you were talking about the cruise. I am hoping to see the cruise in Puducherry very soon. Jana, sir, should we hope? Hopefully, yes. Absolutely, absolutely. This looked so enchanting and very, very interesting. I was kind of intrigued to know such a viable data you have come up with. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you. Can I have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? All right, now please help me welcome our next speaker, Dr. Isaac Joseph D. Raja from Itsp Labs, Malaysia. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए सभी मिलके शुक्रिया.
Hi, good evening everyone. Greetings from Malaysia. In Malaysia, when we say greetings, we say Selamat Sejahtera. Okay, Selamat Sejahtera. The word Selamat sounds like Chellamma. Okay, so Salamat Sejahtera, just remember that. It means general greeting, same like Vanakkam. All right, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Gina. He's, for arranging all this. He's a man of dreams and vision. All right, the best part is a lot of people have visions and dreams, but they will never make it to pass. But he's proven to make things happen. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gina. Shall we give him a round of applause? Yeah. Just before I go into Malaysia, I'm going to talk about Malaysia, tourism in Malaysia. I'd like to say a few words about Puducherry. I was here about 32 years ago. I think that time it was called Pondicherry. All right, was a bit quiet at that time. Less people. Currently, there's a lot of improvement. I see it's very busy. It's been booming. It's a very good news for you all. It means that your tourism is expanding. All right. So one good reason is Mr. Gina. Okay, and last night we went for a tour to see the beach and all that, and we don't not so used of taking the auto. They call it auto, right? Something like a tutut. Yeah, so it was a great experience. So when I took the auto to the beach, my experience in Tamil, they say summa adardile, like that. So the heart was pumping because you're not used to auto. It was like going to meet somebody, roads are crossing, people are crossing, cows are going. So very good drivers you have. Fantastic, nice experience. Wonderful people. I met a lot of people, great people, and cheerful and very friendly. All right, so let me talk a little bit about Malaysia now. As you see the pictures here, Malaysia is a bit like modernized city, the central part of Malaysia, and we have villages in the outskirts, but a lot of villages are now turning into cities and all that. So can I have the next slide, please? Yeah, as you can see here, Malaysia has it's a multicultural cultural diversity. This is the what I'm going to talk about, and about friendly people, and it's a budget-friendly destination, and we have very beautiful beaches and lush rainforests, and it's a food paradise, and we also have wellness travel and endless shopping. Next slide, please. Okay, when you talk about multicultural diversity, you can see a lot of Asian ethnicity has traveled and settled in Malaysia, probably about 100 and 150 years ago. They all came to Malaysia from other Asian countries, like from India. We have people from China. The main ethnicity groups in Malaysia are the Malays, the Chinese, and the Indians. Okay, and then we also have some from the East Malaysia. They are called something like the Dayaks. These are called some ethnic groups. Okay, you can see on the background picture. Can I have the next slide? Yeah, as you can see in the slide, there are many types of people over there. You can see the Kadazan, the Malay, the Indian, the Malay. You can see the boy there, the Malay, Chinese, and the Dayak people, the fishery people. Okay, you can see they are very extremely friendly people. If you come to Malaysia, you can see all the cultures, different cultures over there. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, and Malaysia, you'll be thinking, if it's a modern city, it will be very expensive, but really it is a very, very affordable city to visit. If you go to Malaysia, the hotels are very, very cheap. For example, for $100 US, you can stay in a 5-star hotel, right? But in other places around Asia, it is more expensive than that. So Malaysia is quite an inexpensive city, but you must know where to stay, how to move around. Okay, you have good transport services and affordable transport services and all that. Right, next slide, please. Okay, the best part of Malaysia, we have beautiful beaches. All right, it's known for the beach holidays and getaways. You can see crystal clear waters and nice sandy beaches. And because in Malaysia, it's a peninsula, you have the East Coast and the West Coast, you know, and on top we have Thailand, below we have Singapore, and even between Singapore and Malaysia, there's a coastal line, you know, the beach side. Okay, next slide. Yeah, as you can see here, yeah, you can see the crystal clear waters and the resort style settings. And we have very nice, beautiful hotels which are facing the seaside. You know, it's a good place for you to rewind. All right, next slide, please. Yeah, you can see here more clear pictures of the white sandy beaches and crystal clear waters. And some of the beaches over there, you know, they also have corals. You can go for the tour, island tour. You can see corals and you can see real life fishes when you do some deep sea diving and all that. Another great place to visit is the Langkawi. All right, Langkawi, it's a duty-free area, something similar to Puducherry, and it's also a great place to visit. Okay, next slide. Okay, when you talk about tourism, you know, you also talk about spiritual tourism. Yeah, this is one of the best place to go. It's called Batu Cave. It is known for the Lord Murugan's statue, and it has the third tallest statue in the world. Probably the next slide, you can see the picture. Yeah, this is not far from Kuala Lumpur. It is only about 13 kilometers away, and it's very colorful, vibrant temple. Every year we have about 1 million visitors coming here to this temple to visit for a spiritual journey, what do you call pilgrimage, all right. And the statue you see, the golden statue there, is one of the tallest statues in the world, very prominent. It is a must visit place when you come to Malaysia. Next slide. Okay, another important place you have to see is the Petronas Twin Tower. It is not the tallest building in the world now. In 2004, it was the tallest building. It carries about 88 floors. But why is it so important? It is still the tallest twin tower. That means two buildings, twin tower in the world. All right. So not as big as Burj Khalifa and all that, but it is very nice to see at night, very lighted, colorful. And just below this twin tower, it is a shopping mall. It is something like a branded shopping mall. You can get your Prada, you know, Gucci,